Good afternoon, everybody. I hope you're all having a wonderful day. I'm Robert of the El Magnifico Games channel, and today we are going to continue with our playthrough of The Forgotten City. In the last few streams, I've summarised the story of this game a few times, so I'll refrain from giving the full account this time. But suffice to say, we are a woman from the modern day who has been transported back in time to find herself in an ancient Roman city which appears to be cut off from the rest of the world. They're actually stuck in a cavern, although due to a hole in the roof, sunlight can come in, and so they have been able to farm and survive that way. There have been some very strange goings on involving the interactions of various gods. Most importantly, the whole area appears to be sacred, and if any one person commits a sin, then they are all changed into gold statues. This is known as the Golden Rule. There has been some debate over what constitutes a sin. There is also due to circumstances, we can keep travelling back in time to where we began. So we have actually seen the Golden Rule broken on several occasions, and have in fact broken it ourselves on several occasions. And our main goal is to free ourselves and travel back to our time. We made some major breakthroughs in the last stream, and we have reason to believe that we are in fact in the underworld, ruled by Pluto. We believe that an individual who has been trying to contact us through the golden statues is in fact the god Proserpina, goddess I should say. And we currently have 4 routes of escape apparently available to us. The first is the one that was made clear to us by the magistrate when we first arrived, which is prevent the Golden Rule from ever being broken, and then the resulting time paradox, he claims, will hurl us forwards in time as if we never came. Although in light of the whole underworld revelation, that does raise some additional concerns, whether that will actually work. It's also been suggested to us that we could try and seek an audience with Pluto by completing certain tasks. We could try to work together with Proserpina. It's not entirely clear what she wants or needs, but it's suggested that she may be able to help us escape. Finally, we discovered the whereabouts of the magistrate's daughter who had disappeared, and it seems that he has her in chains in the upper cistern in secret because she discovered a way out. And the very last thing we learned at the end of the last stream was that it seems that he doesn't want people to leave. He obviously doesn't want the Golden Rule broken, because that would be bad for everyone, including himself. But it seems he wants to keep people here, and the fact that she potentially found a way to escape has led to her imprisonment, so it would seem. Anyway, so that's where we are. If anything else relevant should pop up, then of course I will fill in the details as needs be. Here she is, Centilla, Magistrate Sentius's daughter. I'm not sure if she'll be willing to speak to us right now, because I refuse to help her on the grounds that if we escape together, then that would potentially mean doom for everyone else. Essentially, the only person that has the key to allow us to escape is in fact the magistrate himself, and what Scintilla had suggested is that she slit his throat and take the key off of him, and then she and I escape together. Well, the problem with that plan is that he is the one that has been creating the temporal portal that allows us to travel back in time, so no matter what, that would be my last loop. I couldn't then go back in time anymore. And secondly, killing him would almost certainly be a dereliction of the Golden Rule, which would cause the Golden Statues, which seems to have been the settlement's original denizens. So far as we can tell, there have been at least 2 occupations of this settlement. First by an initial group of people who broke the Golden Rule and were turned to gold, and now these Romans. There may have been additional ones, we can't tell. All we know is that when they arrived, so far as everyone has told us, there were golden statues already here. As I was saying, it will cause killing of the magistrate will doubtless break the Golden Rule, causing the statues to come to life, or more alive than they already are. They seem to be aware of their surroundings but unable to do anything. At present, it will cause them to come properly alive and attack everyone and turn them to gold also. So yes, her plan, while I am genuinely very sympathetic to her situation being tied up here, and I do want to help her escape, her plan had some problems. And when I quite frankly told her, well, she gave me something of an ultimatum that, you know, help her or she'll curse us. I'm sure you can imagine the sort of thing. When I quite frankly told her that I wasn't prepared to help her at this time because there were a lot of other considerations, she seemed fairly upset with us. So as I say, I'm not sure what reaction we'll get if I speak to her now.
You're back. Have you come to let me go this time?
I'm sorry, but if I let you go, everyone else is going to die.
What? No. You can't just leave me here. How can you be so heartless?
Not heartless, just rational. Our escape isn't worth the lives of everyone here.
I hate you. I spit on you. I hope Dis drags you to Tartarus.
Okay, but that is good news. We can come back for her. Because we have had the problem in this game previously that sometimes when you choose a dialogue option that an individual doesn't like, then they don't want to speak to you ever again, and then you're not able to... You're not able to pursue certain options in the game until you've travelled back in time. Here's one of those gold statues I mentioned. Yes. But that doesn't seem to be the case here. Right, so we actually have a few things, quite a few leads to pursue here. Now the one thing we do really have going for us is that we essentially have all the time in the world, because we can keep going back. The problem is, while it would be absolutely wonderful, and I really do mean that, to confront Sentius about this situation, get his side of the story and perhaps do something about it, which doesn't involve killing him if we can help it. He rather holds all the cards. He's the only reason we've been able to travel back in time repeatedly. And if he were to perceive us as a threat, it really isn't clear how that would play out. Because on one hand, he does need us. He needs us to prevent the golden rule from being broken. But at the same time, we know for a fact we're not the first person that was brought here by the divine magic to save everyone. There was also another individual called Al Worth, that came before us. Who we haven't encountered since we've been travelling back in time. In the future, before we were transported back here, we know that the priestess, you say? We know that he ultimately ended up failing and he took his own life. So my point is, sorry, I got a bit distracted. My point is, if we were to get on Sentius's bad side, it's not clear whether he needs us more than we need him. If he turned on us, he could potentially make things very difficult for us. This is a bow that can turn living things into gold, although it doesn't seem to be working here. I was wondering if it was possible to climb up here. So what I'm currently pursuing is, I remember Julie telling us that he had a key for something very valuable in the cisterns that was high up. Let's see if we can find that under leads. That's funny, it doesn't seem to be there. Is it considered completed? Oh, I wonder if, in fact, Julie's key is a second key to the upper cistern. Possibly not. That's odd. I can't find the relevant lead. I'm not quite sure why, but point is, he had a key for something that was supposed to be very valuable in the cisterns, and he suggested that were we to see that he is freed. Oh, in fact, I think I know which one it may have been now I think about it. No, it's not. I thought it might be this one because this Julie has been locked up. He suffers from learning difficulties, and he was poking about in the cisterns after his friend Hannibal had passed on. His friend Hannibal, who looked after him, had given him the key in the first place and told him that if anything happened to him, that is Hannibal, then Julie should go to the systems, look up high, and use the key there so that he could,
Don't believe a word they tell you.
as I say, retrieve
That's quite an impressive bow you have there.
this valuable object, but we don't know what it is. So I was just poking about in the systems trying to see if I could find it, but alas, no such luck. Julie should be in here? Yes.
Hello? Hello? Have we met before?
I don't think we've met this loop, so he wouldn't recognise us. Let's talk about your treasure.
My friend Hannibal used to look after me. He said he always would. But then, he died. It was very sad. He said, if anything ever happened to him, I had to find something very precious hidden away. He gave me this key and made me promise to keep it safe until I found the treasure. But I couldn't find it. All I remember is he said something about the cisterns. But when I went up to the high one, they put me in here. Now nobody looks after me. Except my friend Galerius. And
Equitia.
priestess lady. She's a nice lady.
Fair enough. I'll be going now.
Bye bye.
So I don't know why that wasn't showing up on our list of leads. There's a few other leads we can pursue. Oh, could it be the mysterious plaque? Doesn't seem that way, does it? That's strange. We definitely had a lead to do with Julie's treasure before, but it seems to have vanished from our journal. Very odd. Still, let's deal with the... Thank you, golden statues.
Welcome.
Let's deal with the rheumatism quest.
Feeling all right?
I figured out how to treat rheumatism.
You made it into the palace. I'm impressed. How is Nevia?
She's alive, but she just wanted to be left alone, and the treatment is willow bark.
Willowbark. I should have known. It was under my nose the whole time. That's very helpful. Thank you. If this works, it should settle Rufius down some. I have some right here. Could you do me a favor and give him some of this? He'll just need to swallow a pinch of it. I'm hoping it will avert disaster.
So it is in fact Rufius. A pot of finely shaved willow bark for medicinal purposes. Alright, I can do that.
Thank you. I'm really glad you arrived when you did.
I'll be going now.
That's a shame. Thanks again for saving Yulia's life. Apollo smiles upon you.
Interesting should say that, because I believe it was Galerius who we had actually deliver the medicine this time round. Right, let's locate Rufius. Okay, I don't think it'd be any higher than this. From what I recall of where he tends to... Oh dear. Where he tends to hang about. I wonder where he's gone. Oh, actually, let's pay someone else a visit very quickly. Someone that left us to die. For their own selfish gain. I think he's run away into hiding. What was that gentleman's name? The one that convinced us to take that golden bow and then try to trap us. Decius. Yes, I'd rather like a word with that Decius. Somehow I think we're not going to see him again though. I mean, to be fair, he can't escape the city. That's the whole point, everyone's trapped here. But I haven't the foggiest where he's run off to. Right, the assassin's been dealt with. So I can go this way if I wish. So we're looking for Rufius or Decius.
May Apollo keep you safe.
I seem to remember that there were a few things to explore around here that we haven't done yet. Since we've acquired the golden bow and can change organic matter to gold, there's a few vines that we should be able to cross now, which we couldn't cross before. Oops. No! Oh no. Huh. This is problematic. How do I get down? Or don't I? Oh dear. Not a brilliant start, is it? I think we'll be back all the way to the cisterns, probably. Fortunately, the only thing we've actually done since then was speak to...
That's a shame. Thanks again for saving Yulia's life. Apollo smiles upon you.
Oh, okay. So, I think the game autosaved just after we acquired the willow bark? Yes. Alright. That's good. So we're just looking for Rufius. As I say, there's actually quite a few things we could pursue right now. Perhaps we'll have a word with Livia while we have the chance.
Don't believe a word they tell you.
Oh yes, and there was also Kabash's room, the Egyptian who unfortunately seems to have disappeared and...
Horatius? Looking a bit troubled there.
Still no sign of Scintilla. And I haven't slept right in 3 weeks.
Ah, that's
Don't be
where
too
he's
hard on
gone.
yourself. From what I hear, nobody saw it coming. Anyway, I thought you Stoics weren't supposed to worry about things you can't control.
Yeah, but... I
Wonderful.
keep thinking,
Everyone we
what
need.
if there is something I can do? What if she's out there
Wonder
somewhere,
how much one of
suffering,
these statues
waiting
is
to be
worth on the
found?
outside.
Sounds like you're torturing yourself. Leave that for the gods. Try to relax. Get some rest. Tomorrow's a new day.
We should tell Horatius
Suppose
about
you're right.
Scintilla. Let's first have a conversation with Decius about abandoning us to our deaths. To our death.
Hello there, partner. I'm glad you're here. I think there might have been some
Fortune smile on you,
confusion
sister.
about my little practical joke earlier. You see, my plan was to give you a little fright. You know, like two friends joking around at the Saturnalia, and then, surprise, I'd open the door. But when I opened it, you were gone.
I don't believe you.
Partner, I swear, this is just a misunderstanding. Look, why don't you keep our bow as compensation?
You mean my bow? Don't worry, I'm keeping it.
Fine, fine. It's a credit to you that you're able to see the humour in all of this. Now, can I help you with something?
That's all we get, I think.
Very well. Another time.
Actually,
Ah, back again, I s-
maybe we can change his vote.
Malleolus. I mean, Sentius couldn't even keep his daughter safe. What hope does he have of protecting us?
I'd like you to vote for... no, I don't want him to vote for Sentius.
Certainly.
I want him to vote for
Very
Galerius.
well.
Right, let's give Rufius the willow
Don't you
bark.
just love springtime?
Best behavior I trust.
You again.
So exotic.
About your rheumatism. I don't think he'd want me to be quite so open about it, especially in a public space, because he seems to be quite secretive of it, but that's the only relevant dialogue choice the game's giving me. So, about your rheumatism.
What business is that of yours?
I figured out a treatment. Eat a pinch of this willow bark, and you should feel better in no time.
Willow bark. And this will work? Oh, thank God. Finally, some relief. This is what I've been praying for. Maybe God hasn't abandoned me after all. Thank you. I've been in a lot of pain lately. The rheumatism, these cursed statues always watching, and the crisis of faith. It was too much. Started messing with my head. This is exactly what I needed to set it straight again. I owe you one.
So Rufius is a confirmed Christian then. I've forgotten if we established that before. But we knew that he had been persecuting... Let me check. Persecuting Virgil. Because Virgil is interested in men. In a romantic sense. Are you the one threatening Virgil?
No idea what you're talking about?
Fair enough. Any idea where I'd find a Roman plaque?
No idea what you're talking about.
Come on, you owe me one, remember?
All right. After this, we're square. I think I have seen that plaque. Sorry I lied. Can't be too careful these days. Head into the caves behind the theater. Turn right, then right again. Oh, and here. You'll need this key.
Thank you.
You didn't get that from me.
Got it. Thanks.
See you around.
Well, that's progress. Unfortunately, we were only able to
Cerberus
progress
lifts his dribble head and lets out his three.
one of the quests related to Rufius.
Livia, would you stop muttering like Medea over a cauldron? You'll scare away my customers.
Still, progress is
They follow
progress.
their trades, imitating their previous lives, but they are ignorant.
This again. You're in a world of your own, aren't you?
Just as the ocean accepts the rivers of all the world, So this place accepts all the souls, but it does not notice the crowds that come.
I've figured it out. I know where we are.
Say it. Speak its name.
The underworld.
Then it is true. I was right.
You were?
I thought I saw it, but when the rest of them could not, I kept thinking I must have gone insane. I had to tell myself it was true over and over again, until I wasn't sure if I was deceiving myself. I must apologize if my words seem cryptic. I'd found comfort in reciting the Metamorphoses by our great poet Ovid. He gives such an uncanny description of this place. I cannot help but wonder if he himself came here. Would you like to hear it?
Sure.
I will do my best to remember the relevant verse. There is a downward path, gloomy with fatal yew trees. It leads through dumb silence to the infernal regions. The sluggish Styx exhales vapor, and by that way, the shadows of the newly dead descend, entombed with full rites, and the ghosts of those, at last, given proper burial. The wide, thorny waste is cold and pallid, and the newly arrived shades are ignorant of the road that leads to the Stygian city, where Black Dis has his cruel palace. As the ocean accepts the rivers of all the world, so this place accepts all the souls, and is never too small for any populace, nor notices the crowds that come. There the bloodless shadows wander without flesh or bone. Some crowd the forum, some the house of the ruler of the depths. Others follow their trades, imitating their previous lives, and still others incur punishment. I hope I have done it justice, and now we share a secret. It's as if you've lifted a great burden from my shoulders. Thank you, friend. I think I should rest.
Oh, goodness. So that's the end of that quest line, it would seem. Now we have to deal with
Beautiful.
Aurelia. We need to ask her... Oh my goodness. She's putting her hand straight through that cup. Anyway, we need to ask her about Kabash's room.
Smile on you, sister.
Do we want to do that? I feel like she's just going to be unhelpful. Oh, may as well.
Ah, you're here. I'm so glad you decided to visit. I'm Aurelia, and I hope I'm not being too forward, but the moment I laid eyes on you, I was intrigued. There's a light in your eyes I've never seen before, a certain learning and sophistication.
Don't waste your breath. I know you're a horrible person.
How dare you! Get away from me, you pig!
Okay. That went well. Right. Looking for Kabash's room. So... trying to remember who everyone is. I remember Navia. She was the former physician that went mad and started stripping the golden statues of their gold, creating those terrible creatures. And Livia, of course, is the woman we just spoke to, who also seemed not in the best mental health. Lucretia. She was the nurse. Okay. Ah, could this be the way? Probably not. A filthy, foul-smelling sleeping mat of somebody living in poverty. Oh dear. Ah, we can go up this way. I didn't realise how many rooms there were here. Right, this is Rufius's room. Actually, while we're here, maybe we can find evidence of his persecuting Virgil. This is your final warning, Sinner. An incomplete written note addressed to Sinner. A phallic charm thought by Romans to have divine protective properties. Note from Kabash. A dream diary from Kabash in which he describes his recurring dreams about a stranger named Curti. Kabash to Kabash, I told Lucretia about the dreams I've been having, and she said it might help her divine their meaning if I wrote them down. It happened again last night. The man by the river was there, as always, his face shrouded in shadow from that peculiar ram headdress. Once again, he introduced himself as Curti, and told me he'd dragged me from the river. He seemed to smirk as he said his name, as if it meant something I could not understand. Indeed, the name rings a bell, but I cannot for the life of me remember where I heard it. I do not think I will sleep soundly again until I know. Who is Curti? A carving of a lion, it looks Egyptian. A strange old vase painted with geometric shapes. It's definitely not Roman. I wonder where this came from. Okay, unfortunately, I think due to the way I spoke to Aurelia just then, we're not going to be able to progress that questline yet.
Salve again, friend. I went and did as you asked, and it worked. How is it possible that you've just arrived here and you already know everyone and exactly what's about to happen to them?
I'm reliving the same day over and over again.
You're toying with me, right? Wait. You're not kidding, are you? That's the only way you could have known. You're a bit like... Oh, what was his name? Sisyphus. Yeah, that's the one. Old King Sisyphus.
Remind me who that is.
Sisyphus was a Greek king a long time ago. For daring to think he could outsmart the gods, he was given a terrible punishment. He was forced to push a great boulder up to the top of a hill. Only, just as it reached the top, it would roll all the way back down to the bottom, forcing him to start over and over and over again, for all eternity. Just like you. Actually, now that I think about it, there are a bunch of old stories about the gods punishing people by making them do the same futile task over and over. Tantalus was made to grasp at fruit on a tree he could never quite reach. The Pleiades had to keep fetching water in a sieve. Oh, and Ixion was strapped to a wheel going round and round forever. But on the bright side, at least you're not stuck in the underworld like they all were.
Oh, they're about to have the vote.
I love your clothes. Oh, do us all a favour and drink hemlock, cap at murder.
Okay. Is there anything that it's worth my doing now? can't think of anything.
The many shall suffer for the sins of the one.
Ow. Uh-oh. Recover some health and then we'll head back out. Good thing Magistrate Sentius is so reliable in getting to that. Whoa! Ow! That was a little close for comfort. Yeah, I was going to say, good thing he's so reliable getting to the shrine. If on one occasion he wasn't able to, just because of, say, the exact position people were in or something like that, that would be a big problem.
Salve, friend. Mind telling me who you are and why you look like you've just taken on a gladiator and lost?
I'm El Magnifica, and I need you to take care of some things urgently.
Oh, sounds serious. I'm listening.
Yuli is dying, but Lucretia can't help her without this Sylphium. Take some of it and go quickly.
Yulia? Oh no. Alright, I can do that.
Ulpius is about to throw himself off the Great Temple balcony. Tell him Yulia will be fine and give him this the purse of 2,000 denarii to pay off their debts. Sorry, this purse.
But how did you... Alright, of course. I'll make sure this gets to him.
I need you to stop Fabia entering the empty shrine and tell the new arrival he'll find what he's looking for in there.
Alright, let me see. Stop Fabia going in, but send the new arrival to the empty shrine. Understood.
Rufius is becoming agitated because of his rheumatism, but if you give him some of this willow bark, it will calm him down.
Poor guy. My uncle was a victim at rheumatism's altar, and he ended up killing himself. Alright, got it.
That's it. Now go as fast as you can.
I'll go, but once I'm done, I'll need you to tell me how you know all of this.
Wonderful. Right, let's have a conversation with Aurelia then.
Ah, you're here. I'm so glad you decided to visit. I'm Aurelia, and I hope I'm not being too forward, but the moment I laid eyes on you, I was intrigued. There's a light in your eyes I've never seen before. A certain learning and sophistication.
Not interested, sorry.
Why? Just because I'm a woman?
You,
Honey, it's your
Sisyphus,
loss.
attack or pursue
I take
the
back what I
stone
said.
and always
Suddenly, I
returns.
don't find you so intriguing anymore. Let's just forget that ever happened, so we can at least do business. So, what brings you to my tavern?
I'm looking for Kabash. Have you seen him?
Not for a few weeks now. Last time I saw him, he was sitting at a table with Georgius, whispering about some job. I remember because they kept looking over their shoulders as if they didn't want anyone else to know. So, naturally, I hovered. The one word I kept hearing was vanishing, and then, the next day, Kabash just disappeared. Coincidence? I think not.
I'll be going now.
All right, see ya.
I'm really surprised she didn't extort me for that information, given our previous experiences with her. Okay. Let's head to the caves. Can I remember the way? Ah. No? Yes. Now it was right and then right again, wasn't it? I believe that's what Rufius said. Right. In here? Wonderful. Roman plaque. A plaque bearing a Latin inscription, Pluto, Father of Riches. A wooden carving with a symbol of a fish carved into it. It looks like it might be religious in nature. So they've taken one of the Roman engravings and they've put the symbol of the fish over it. A stone carving with a symbol of a fish carved into it. It looks like it might be religious in nature. Yes, I mean that was a very early Christian symbol. I believe that was due to the feeding of the... How many was it Jesus notionally fed? Oh, 5,000 was it? But I could be wrong about that. It's possible there were other reasons why the fish was the symbol of Christianity in early days. Right. We have a few words to have with Georgius.
Greetings and salutations. Greetings. I'm Georgius. It gladdens me to see another foreigner in our midst. We must stick together, you and I.
I know, you want to know where I'm from, but I really want to ask you some questions.
My friend, your words intrigue me more and more. But yes, very well. Ask me what you will.
Do you know where I might find a Greek plaque?
And in a city full of Romans, you are asking me? Because I am Greek. Let me tell you something about Greeks and Romans. My name is Georgios, yes. But the Romans, they do not care. They hear me say Georgios, and they think, ah, he must mean Georgius. Good Roman name. They do this all the time. They see us worshipping Zeus, they copy us, but call him Jupiter. They take Hades and call him Pluto, Persephone, Proserpina. I am flattered that they copy our ideas, but why must they change the names? Do they want credit for making it all up? Do they want to forget where it came from? At first, I pull my hair out. After a while, I give up, and I become Georgius the Roman. I accept the world is Roman. Plus, I have no hair left to pull. But my point is this. If you want to know who stole an old Greek name, look no further than the sticky-fingered Romans. The plague you seek was pilfered from a collection of old Greek relics by none other than Douli. He cannot help it. Like a typical Roman, he likes shiny things, especially those that once belonged to my people. And besides, it makes him happy. So I say, let him keep it. I believe he still has it with him, in his cell, just opposite the Temple of Demeter.
Ah, thank you, very useful. I'm looking for Gabash, and I heard you were one of the last people to see him.
Ah, I knew this day would come. I do not wish to lie to you, my friend, but even discussing this matter is dangerous. Please, let us leave the live coals safely beneath the ash.
You can trust me. We foreigners have to stick together, remember?
Very well, but the magistrate would not look kindly upon this, so please keep it to yourself.
For several months now, I have been sneaking out at night to worship the gods of my ancestors in the Temple of Demeter. Each day, I leave offerings of food in the hope that we may have a bountiful harvest. And yet the next day, when I return, the food is missing.
How strange.
So I ask, who or what is devouring the food in this temple? Stranger still. Once I sat in front of my shop like the 100-eyed Argus until dawn to see if I could spot a thief going in. But do you know what I saw?
I have no idea.
Nothing. Nobody entered. And yet when I went to take a look, my offering was gone. It is bizarre, is it not? When I told my friend Kabash of this at the tavern, he offered to help investigate. He went in, and to my dismay, he was never seen again.
Where is the Temple of Demeter?
It is the only Greek temple in the city. Head towards the baths, and it is the last building on your right.
I'm off to the Temple of Demeter then.
I do not think you should pursue this, my friend. It would break my heart to be responsible for 2 people disappearing. But you do not strike me as a kind of person to be deterred by such warnings, so just be careful, I beg you.
To be fair, I'm significantly better armed than his friend would have been, since everyone was expected to give up their weapons. Has this... Yeah, the assessment's been taken care of. Since the magistrate ordered everyone to throw their weapons away, but due to circumstances, I have a bow that can turn people into solid gold. And creatures. Was that not the way? Oh, it must be this one. I don't think we've been in here before. Somehow I missed it. A Greek vase painted with people and geometric shapes. Right. So yes, being careful. What do we have here? Please tell me Georgios was not unaware of that passageway back there. Greek statue of a woman. A Greek statue, probably of the goddess to whom this temple is dedicated. Perhaps a local Greek resident knows more about her. That's Demeter. I think she's the... Is she the Greek god of the home and hearth? Or is she the... Greek goddess of agriculture? Of the harvest and agriculture. Yes, that makes a lot more sense, because Georgios was saying about leaving offerings for a large harvest. So that makes perfect sense. Who was I thinking of? I was thinking of Hestia, I think. Anyway, let's get exploring. This is incredible. Am I really to believe he didn't know this existed? Just thinking, where were the... So we're pursuing the... The Greek plaque is with Julie, we believe. This may lead us to the Egyptian plaque, or it may not. Ooh. A transitionary zone. I need to be very careful, because I have no idea what I'm heading towards. I do hope there's no more of those creatures down here. There's no reason why there should be, since we know they were coming from the palace. A lyre. That's a very Greek instrument. A Greek lyre played by being strummed with a plectrum. A Greek sculpture of a young boy's head. Seems like we're on the right lines. How odd. What's happened here? Why would someone choose to live this way? Okay, that was just water. I saw movement for a second and got worried. I mean, chances are we're just going to end up meeting Kabash and hopefully he won't be hostile, but you never know. Well, there's somebody.
A visitor. Welcome, welcome. May I ask your name?
I'm El Magnifica.
It's a sincere pleasure to meet you. Tell me, what brings you all the way down here?
I'm looking for Kabash.
Ah, Kabash. I know this man. He came through here some weeks ago. I will tell you everything I know, but first, a request. I have been living down here alone for many years, with nobody to talk to but myself. The one thing I long for above all else before I die is a good philosophical argument with somebody astute. I'm hoping that person is you. Let us find out with this simple question. Have you deduced the name of the god responsible for the Golden Rule?
Interesting. If he's been here several years, could he have been a survivor of the original settlement here? Anyway, Pluto, god of the underworld.
Excellent. I see you are indeed quite astute. Very few come to that realization before their time in the sun is over. Now, will you join me in a friendly Socratic dialogue?
Sounds easy enough.
Wonderful. Then let me begin with a question. Would you say you know the difference between right and wrong?
I'm not sure. It's a complex question.
You are an overthinker too. We're the same then. It is probably why I became a philosopher. But if you struggle with right and wrong normally, then down here with the Golden Rule, surely your struggle can only have become more difficult.
It is.
Well, that's reassuring. And the truth is, you're not alone. You see, out there in the world, being uncertain about right and wrong was acceptable, because our mistakes rarely had consequences. So we would tell lies and bend rules and turn a blind eye and rationalize, and yet still find a way to think of ourselves as good people. But under the Golden Rule, morality matters. The slightest wrongdoing could result in a mass execution. So to navigate this maze, we would have to be certain about the difference between right and wrong. Wouldn't you agree?
No, we need to know what is expected of us, in this case by Pluto. Whose version of right and wrong?
That is an excellent question, and it leads directly to my next line of inquiry. So let me ask you this. Is there one system of morality which is always perfectly correct, which you could follow in every situation and always do the right thing?
No, that depends upon what you mean by right and wrong. Indeed, in whose eyes? No, I don't think so.
Are you sure? Or is it possible that humans simply haven't figured out the right system yet?
It's possible that there is an ideal way to go about things, but if that isn't the accepted moral system of the society in which you live, then you're bound to come into conflict and be labelled as being wrong. I think there's no such thing as a correct morality.
So is it up to each of us to decide what right and wrong mean to us individually? Or must we simply follow the laws and customs of whichever community we're in?
I think we need to decide for ourselves, but taking the laws and customs of our community into heavy consideration.
So if a man feels that stoning to death his unfaithful wife is right, then is it right?
No, that's absurd.
I agree, but why? Didn't you just say right and wrong depends on the individual?
If he feels it's right to kill his wife, then he's confused or sick.
I see. So you get to decide right from wrong. The people who see things differently are not allowed. What makes you special?
Empathy. It's a cornerstone of human morality.
Empathy? The emotion? Let me ask you this. Imagine you were forced to choose between the death of your beloved spouse and the death of two innocent strangers. Knowing there will be no legal consequences, who would you mark for death?
All other things being equal, I suppose it'd have to be my spouse.
A high-minded ideal, but I'm not sure I believe that. Our empathy, like a siren song calling us away from our true path, would lure us toward the greater evil. Can such a beguiling thing be a reliable cornerstone for anything, let alone the perfect moral code?
I suppose not. What's your point?
My point is this. I don't think anyone alive truly knows any hard and fast rules about right and wrong.
Fair point.
If there is one thing I have observed about rules, it is that virtuous people do not need them, and evil people will always find a way around them. And so we must accept our limitations, and the sad truth that no human society will ever achieve the utopia for which it strives. In mathematics, we would call it an asymptote, a line that can be approached but never reached. Because the only way to create a utopia is with the ever-present threat of force, such as the Golden Rule. This and no other is the root from which a tyrant springs when he first appears as a protector. And life under tyranny is no utopia at all.
Did they know about asymptotes at that point? I agree.
I'm glad to hear that. In any case, thank you for humoring an old man. I would be happy to answer your questions.
What's your story?
You mean, how did I end up living alone in this cave with nothing but these relics of the past for company? It's a long story.
I'm listening.
I was a quarrelsome young man. At 19, I left Corinth for Rome to study rhetoric at one of her finest academies, so I could argue more forcefully. Back then, I used to enjoy verbally sparring with everyone I could, and I was good. One night, I found myself in a tavern, in an argument with a drunk mercenary. It became heated, he drew a gladius, and I won the argument, but lost my life. I woke up on the banks of the Styx at a campfire opposite Karen. Of course, I tried to persuade her to let me return, but even with all my skill, I failed. I settled in, made friends, and learned what I could, quickly realizing our little community faced certain death under the Golden Rule. So I began looking for a place to hide underground. Fortunately, I found this place waiting for me. You see, I was not the first to take refuge here. I returned to my friends above, persuaded them to join me, and 12 of us descended for the last time to live out our days hidden from Hades' tyranny.
Why can't you return to the surface?
My generation was wiped out, turned to gold, many years ago. My friends and I were able to avoid the same fate by hiding down here. I think it's safest to assume that if I was to return, Hades would realize that his furies hadn't finished the job, and he'd send them after me again.
Why can't you tell me your name?
I fear that if you were to utter my name in the city, even by mistake, that Hades would hear you and know I am still alive.
Where is everyone else?
I'm afraid I am the only one left. There were 12 of us in the beginning, but one by one, my friends passed away. Some from malnutrition, others from madness and despair. It has been lonely. Before my unexpected visit from Kabash some weeks ago, I'd not seen another person in many, many years.
How have you survived down here?
Living in darkness is not without its challenges. The first challenge is diet. Fortunately, I found that eating fresh fish provides most of the nutrients I need. And sometimes, when there are Greek people living up above, I surface at night and salvage the offerings they've left in the Temple of Demeter. The greater challenge is the isolation, so I like to imagine arguments, where I argue both sides. But, like so many things in life, arguments are better with a partner.
Let's talk about something else.
As you wish.
Do you know a way out of here?
Ha! If I did, would I be living like this?
Where can I find Kabash?
I will tell you, but you may find him hostile. To prepare for your encounter, there are certain things you must know. Very few know this, but before the Romans came to this city, it was once entirely Greek. The architecture, the temples, and the people. When the Romans came, in typical fashion, they claimed it as their own, built over everything that could be built over, and renamed the things that could not. Thus, the Shrine of Persephone became the Shrine of Proserpina. And when they found an obelisk bearing the name Hades, they tore it off and replaced it with Pluto instead. And the city's dwindling Greek residents, witnessing this compulsive Roman conquest, decided to preserve what they could of their heritage. They gathered their art and valuables, secreted them away through the Temple of Demeter, and hid them here, out of reach of the Romans.
I'm with you so far.
However, there was one thing that always seemed out of place to me, and it is the very thing you seek. An even older plaque bearing an Egyptian inscription.
How did it get here?
We had no idea until years later, when the first of my friends began to die. As a result of their deaths, we began to dig catacombs branching off from this cavern to lay them to rest. We extended the tunnel so far that we accidentally discovered another, an even older tunnel, which somebody had gone to great lengths to keep hidden. Suddenly it made sense why there was an out-of-place Egyptian plaque among our people's possessions. You see, we proud Greeks had thought the Romans beasts for stealing and corrupting our heritage. But it turns out this game has been going on much longer than any of us imagined.
I think it is best you head through the catacombs and follow Kabash's trail.
Very interesting. What's in there?
There are certain things you must see for yourself. Take this key. You'll need it to open the gate.
A rusty old key to the metal gate to the catacombs. What do you think about the Golden Rule?
Did we not discuss it at length already? Oh, I see. You're toying with me. Ha!
I'll be going now.
I enjoyed our chat, but please, keep my presence here a secret, yes?
Alright, I will. Fascinating. So I take it that's the way I need to go. I have to traverse my way down first. Is this the way back out? Did I go back on myself? Seems that way, doesn't it? Let me check. Am I about to pop out? Yes. Okay. Ah, that's interesting, because I definitely approached him facing him, didn't I? And I went behind him and managed to make my way back the way I came. Yeah, that is what happened.
Ah, you've returned.
Ah, I get it. Right, so I actually could have approached him much, well, slightly sooner had I gone this way. No, it's one way. I understand. So I suppose it's just a shortcut for getting back quicker? Fair enough.
Ah, you've returned.
Plaque. A Greek plaque which translates, "The many shall suffer for the sin of the one." Bathtub. A large tub which has been converted into a rather eccentric bed. Goodness me. What a beautiful place. But what is producing this light? Is that just the reflections of the torches? How strange. Yes, it certainly seems Egyptian, doesn't it? Now, the hermit philosopher did warn us that we may find Kabash hostile, so we need to bear that in mind. A friend of the philosopher. This must be one of the philosopher's 11 friends who he outlived. This must be one of the philosopher's 11 friends who he outlived. Oh, so those aren't older mummies then? I didn't think the Greeks mummified their dead, even historically. How odd. Perhaps there's a reason for this that we're not yet aware of. I'm hesitant to use the torch because that'll light me up like a Christmas tree. Seems we found our way to the sewer system. I assume that's what this is. Oh, saving. So we're probably near something of note. And the game's giving me arrows of all things. An Egyptian clay vase decorated with animals and geometric patterns. It now contains nothing but sand. The remains of a broken statue neglected for thousands of years. Seems to be locked from the other side. Fair enough. So I guess I have to go the long way round. An Egyptian board game. A board game for an ancient game called Senet, the rules for which are long forgotten. So, are these actually Egyptian? Statues? Well, the remains of Egyptians. I think they might well be. An Egyptian pillar. This pillar is clearly Egyptian. What is it doing here? It's a good point actually, because this does not look like Egyptian engineering. This looks like Roman engineering. So it seems like the Romans have been through here. Is that a statue? Yes. But again, the clothing suggests to me that they're probably Egyptian. So it looks like an Egyptian civilization predating the Greek one also met their end down here in the underworld. I don't like the look of this. There's movement over there. Let's have a quick save, shall we? I'm trying to work out what we're dealing with there. I assume they're not just normal people, judging by their disposition. Do I mean disposition? Their body language, I suppose I mean. But I'm slightly dubious that there'd be more of those peeled statues, because I don't see why anyone else would be peeling them. Perhaps it's a mummy? Although it looked slightly shiny. Careful. An Egyptian plaque which translates to, "The many shall suffer for the sins of the one." So Pluto was clearly aware that there was a civilization underground here. A long time ago. An Egyptian man looks like he was running from something. Wait. Who was the Egyptian equivalent of Hades and Pluto? Was it Isis? I think this is where my stealth is lost. They do look a lot like golden statues that can move freely. And are making awful growling noises, don't they? Somehow I retained my stealth. There's a lot of them. The problem with taking the stealthy approach is that the moment I am discovered, presumably all the ones that I snuck past are going to turn around and run at me. Which is less than ideal. On the other hand, can I even harm them? If they're made out of gold, then turning them to gold isn't going to achieve anything. And I would assume conventional arrows would just bounce off them. An ancient Egyptian statue of a man with the head of a jackal. Could this be Anubis? I'm looking for movement. I don't see any. Saving. Another problem is how do I get back? Because I'm not sure there was a bit of a drop at the end of the bridge I followed. And I'm not sure I'll be able to go back that way. Is that Kabash? Has he not seen us yet? That seems surprising.
Stop! Do not come any closer. Who are you?
I'm El Magnifica. Who are you?
I am Kabash. And let me guess. Another Greek or Roman come to loot and plunder the resting place of my ancestors,
I'm just looking for an Egyptian plaque. Or do I look Greek or Roman to you? Let's lead with that one. Do I look Greek or Roman to you?
Trousers, boots, curious here. No, I suppose you do not. Then what do you want?
I'm just looking for an Egyptian plaque.
To what end?
I want to return it to the obelisk.
That is welcome news. You really are not Greek or Roman, are you? I was planning to return it myself, but for now, I must remain. Here, take it, and restore the honor of Osiris.
Osiris, that was it. A plaque bearing a hieroglyphic inscription, Osiris, Lord of Silence. Thanks.
Now, as for the other plaque.
The fourth plaque? You know about that?
Indeed, I have it right here. I stumbled across a collection of dusty curiosities while searching for a place to hide from the hungry children of Amit, and there it was.
Hungry children of Amit. May I have it?
You may not. In fact, I am about to destroy it.
Why?
Because it speaks a treacherous, blasphemous lie.
How so?
I will tell you. But first, do you know what this place is?
Archaeologist insight. The duat?
Indeed, and I see you know our history. This is the Duat. See what has become of it. I have been down here for weeks, piecing together its story, and here is what I have learned. As Egypt declined and the Greeks had their turn to flourish, their souls came here in great numbers, but instead of adopting our ways, they copied and corrupted them. When they found the obelisk bearing the name Osiris, the true god of the underworld, they desecrated it, removing his name and replacing it with Hades. Even the ferryman of the dead, known to my people long before as Kerti, they renamed to Keron. As if that desecration was not enough, they built over this place, using it as the foundation for their own underworld, so that ours was forgotten. My only solace is that the Greeks then suffered the same fate when the Romans rose to power, renaming Hades to Pluto, and the cycle began anew.
So I'm guessing the other plaque belongs to an even older civilization, which he doesn't want to acknowledge? I can see why you'd be unhappy with the Greeks and Romans.
I am glad to hear it. Which brings me to this other, fourth plaque. It is inscribed with a script I do not recognize, but it is ancient, almost as if it is older than the plaque bearing Osiris's name. But if that is so, it would imply the gods of Egypt are mere imitations too, copied and corrupted from an ancient people who prospered even before us, and that my people did to them what the Greeks and Romans did to us. But this I cannot accept. I sense a deception. Perhaps it is the work of Set, the usurper, seeking to undermine Osiris once more.
Making notes. What does the inscription say?
You will never know. This work of sacrilege must be destroyed, thrown into the black abyss below in Osiris's name.
Please don't.
You are too late. It is done.
I wish you hadn't done that.
It could not have gone any other way. It was Osiris's will. Now, the thing of evil you sought is gone. Why are you still here?
What's your story?
I am from Rakotis, which you may know as Alexandria, the name of the city the Greeks built over it. I was a fisherman, like my father before me. Since the Romans had taken over from the Greeks, I took the opportunity to learn Latin and eventually traveled to Rome. When the fires broke out last year, I tried to help. I gathered terrified locals into my boat and led many of them to safety farther along the Tiber. On my 7th trip, a passenger demanded I wait for his brother. But we were full to almost sinking, and smoke was all around us. I told him his brother would have to save himself, and he tried to bribe me by placing a coin into my hand. When I refused, he drew a dagger and thrust it between my ribs. I awoke on the banks of the river to a stranger wearing a ram headdress. He said his name was Kerti, and at the time, I simply thought him odd. It did not dawn on me until much later that he was the Kerti, the ram-headed ferryman described in the Book of the Dead.
Do you know a way out of here?
This is where I belong, as caretaker of the memories of my people. If our ways are to be remembered, it falls to me.
What do you think about the Golden Rule?
I think if someone is to break the Golden Rule, it will not be me. For I try to live as I always have, by the command of the goddess Ma'at. Do to the doer to make him do. As for the punishment that will come from it, I finally understand why it has long been said among my people that gold is the skin of the gods.
What do you think is down there?
I do not know. What could possibly lie beneath the underworld? Perhaps it is infinite darkness. Perhaps it is the lair of Amit, the devourer of souls. All I know is, it would be unwise to venture down there.
That just makes me want to go down there even more.
Is everyone so contrary where you are from? Do not even consider it.
I'll be going now.
Good. Be gone from this place. Wait. You are planning to go down there. I see it in your eyes.
Definitely.
You would plunge into the depths of the Duat with no way back up. Madness.
I'll find a way back up.
We shall see.
This is actually one of the most dangerous things we've ever done, incidentally, because it may well block off our ability to get to the portal, which would be a disaster. It would be the end of us. But on the other hand, it is in pursuit of the final plaque. Not that we've told Gabash that. Statue of Kurti. A statue of Kurti, the Egyptian ram-headed deity believed by the Egyptians to ferry the deceased to the underworld. He is associated with Death and Osiris, the god of the underworld. This must be the man in the ram headdress who Gabash saw when he awoke by the river. Right. Yeah, so we have a noble cause. So I guess we have to try it.
Beware the children of Amit.
Oh, I will. I must admit, I do have a certain curiosity as to who the earliest civilization was. A plaque bearing a cuneiform inscription, Nergal the Fierce One. Oh, cuneiform. So this is the Mesopotamians. If I'm remembering correctly. Or was it the Sumerians? One or the other. That is concerning. That is... Oh no, I see. That's just a dress. I was getting very worried for a second. Thought I was dealing with some sort of half-snake person. But nothing of the sort, fortunately. Look at that beard. Yeah, this is definitely consistent with it being the Sumerians. Bird-headed statue. An ancient Sumerian statue of a man with the head of a bird. Perhaps this is Kumut Tabul, the man with a bird headdress who Rufius saw when he awoke by the river. An ancient Sumerian statue of a man with the head of a bird. Oh, that's what we just read, sorry. I guess they're all the same. Interesting clothing. The men seem to be wearing skirts and the women seem to be wearing dresses. So very simple clothing, easy to construct, as clothing goes. I do wonder if I do wonder if that is an actually accurate depiction of what they'd be wearing, or if the women would have had their breasts out, but that the game developers didn't feel they could show that. I am being extremely cautious, as I am well aware there may be some nasties about here, particularly the children of Amit, though that is of course an Egyptian name. But so far, no sign of anything dangerous. And a road set of barricades. It looks like these Sumerians were trying to defend themselves from something. I must admit, it does give that impression, doesn't it? But they may have just broken the golden rule and be trying to defend themselves from the Furies, although again that is a Greek name. Good thing being an archaeologist we can read all these things. Stranger, heed the final words of Namkazu. Bear witness to our aftermath and lament us. We did our best to live as the gods commanded. We planted and harvested together. We shared bread and beer. We accepted newcomers with open arms as if family. But with each newcomer the bonds of our family strained, and soon we were as strangers to each other. And when those bonds were finally broken, my brothers and sisters planted only for themselves and ate and drank alone. And it was there, in the empty space between us, that sin took root. Nurgle's sentinels have awoken and clamour at our barricades. Learn from our miss. Made a note of that. What a tragic tale. I mean, predictable but tragic. And quite well expressed. So the question is, was that put there? Oh no. Is it rising? We're okay for now. I am worried that this is all going to be lost though, thanks to me triggering that trap. What I was going to say is, the question is, did the Sumerians build that to defend themselves? That must be the case, surely. The alternative is to think that it was placed there by the attackers, but why would they? That would take too long. A corroded brass plate with Sumerian markings on it. It appears to be a pressure plate for some kind of trap. Oh, we can't make it that way. Remarkable how well these gilded people have survived in the water. I realise gold is well known to be resistant to corrosion, but to have no sign of wear whatsoever, not even abrasive wear? And it's not like the water's completely still. Although, of course, it may be my presence that has caused it to move. A Sumerian plaque written in cuneiform, which translates to, "The sins of the one shall become the suffering of the many." A strange stone object in the shape of a suitcase. We'll probably never know what this was for. to be fair, if it did flood the place, although not ideal, it would have the benefit that I could presumably float back up. Then again, I guess the danger is what if it doesn't what if it partially submerges the place but not to a great enough height that I can get all the way back up into the duat. I'm wondering. I realise that's another pressure plate, and that's going to cause. That's going to activate another trap. What I'm wondering is, oh, I can't travel past here. Invisible wall. So I guess that's where the once the trap's triggered, I'm guessing a boulder comes down this way and ends over there. Though I can see no evidence of where the boulder is to come from. Huh. Right, let's head this way then. Saving. Perhaps it's time to go back into stealth.
When I told you that you would not find a way back up, that was not a prediction. That was a promise. You will die here.
There's no need for this to end in violence.
I disagree. I warned you against coming down here, against perpetuating this sacrilege, but you persisted. You have undermined and dishonored the true god of the underworld. How did you think this would end, if not with bloodshed?
Just hear me out.
Very well, I will listen. But if I sense deception, or if you further insult my gods, I will carry out my threat. So tell me, why should I let you live after you salvaged this instrument of blasphemy?
So my choices are, if something can be destroyed by the truth, it deserves to be destroyed by the truth. Or, there's no shame in building on the works of people who came before you. Or, I'm just trying to replace all the plaques taken from the desecrated obelisk. I think that's fair enough. It is totally true.
Why? To what end?
I'm hoping it'll earn me an audience with the god of the underworld.
But why? What business could you have with Osiris?
So my choices are, I'm going to confront him about the golden rule, I'm going to demand that he let everyone go, or I'm going to kill him. None of which seem like the right way to phrase it. Well, killing at him is out of the question, and demanding anything from him is out of the question, so I guess I'm going to confront him about the golden rule.
Blasphemous fool! You have sealed your own fate.
Wait, if you attack me, you'll break the golden rule.
Ha, good. I welcome it. You see, the philosopher told me that each time it breaks, Osiris bellows with rage, and his voice shakes the very foundations of the earth. I can only hope one more tremor will lay waste to this fragile place once and for all, and you along with it.
The many shall suffer for the sins of the one.
This is not good. Ow. 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 Uh-oh. Let me up. Wait, why can't I get up? That's odd. There we go. Looks like I'm back in the Egyptian part of the ruins. Bash, I'm long gone. Is this the way out? Wait, this is going further down, isn't it? Or is it? Possibly not. I don't know where the philosopher went. Okay. So things are about to get hairy. Once I leave this area, I've got to make a dash for the portal. Right, before I actually leave, what is my way out? What is my, or rather, what is my route? What is my route to the portal? Probably through the caves would be the quickest. Maybe I should just go with whichever route feels right at the time based on the distribution of the statues. The hermit philosopher is terrified. I should try talking to him again later.
Not this again.
Nope, not that way. That would have been a mistake. Where's the... Is that the way through the caves? Yes. Zip line over here. Honestly, that couldn't have gone much better. Not the Kabash thing, that went terribly. How are we doing on... Oh, we've got plenty of Denari right now. Denari.
Salve, friend. Mind telling me who you are and what you're doing with that bow on your back?
That might be the best plan. But I want to explore a few more options first, but I think that is what I'll probably end up doing. I'm El Magnifica. I need you to take care of some things urgently.
Oh, sounds serious. I'm listening. Yulia? But how did... Alright, let me see.
That's
I'll
it.
go, but once I'm done, I'll need you to tell me how you know all of this.
I'll have to remember to save everybody. Myself then, if I actually go through with the plan I could have told him just then. Right, how are we doing on the plaque front? Just the Greek plaque to go. Okay.
You, Tantalus, cannot catch the drops of water.
Okay, right, so what's the priority right now? There probably isn't much point in getting the final plaque thinking about it if I'm not going to confront...
How did you know I was headed in there?
What was his name? Nurgle?
Time to explain. Go!
Pluto? Hades?
I'll be in my bakery.
Osiris?
Hello? Hello? Have we met before?
About the Greek plaque in your cell.
Do you like it? It's shiny, innit? It makes me happy just looking at it.
May I please have it?
But if I gave it to you, then I wouldn't have it anymore, and I'd be sad.
I need it for something really important.
But it's mine, and I really like it. I want to keep it.
Alright, what's it going to take for you to give it to me?
Well, if you get me out of here, then I wouldn't need it anymore because I'd already be happy. Then you could have it, and you'd be happy too.
There's no way Sentius will release you, but perhaps if we had a new magistrate.
Like, Galerius? He's nice. I like Galerius. He made me a doll and everything.
So all I need to do is persuade everyone to vote for Galerius?
Yeah, Galerius will let me out. Then you can have my plaque and everyone will be happy.
I'll be going now. Hold on. Let's talk about your treasure.
My friend Hannibal used to look after me. He said he always would. But then, he died. It was very sad. He said, if anything ever happened to him, I had to find something very precious hidden away. He gave me this key and made me promise to keep it safe until I found the treasure. But I couldn't find it. All I remember is he said something about the cisterns. But when I went up to the high one, they put me in here. Now nobody looks after me. Except my friend Galerius. And Ek, the priestess lady. She's a nice lady.
Fair enough. I don't know why I can't ask about that key anymore. Perhaps it's because I've already found...
Bye-bye.
Scintilla? Perhaps that...
Hello. Have we met before?
That's strange. I'll be
Bye-bye.
going now. Right. Okay. So I guess we need to get Galeria elected.
Shall they?
Let's check a few of the places we haven't looked at yet. And then we'll get on the problem of getting Galeria elected. Galerius, sorry. Wonderful. Oh, that's all. Just a bit of loot. I mean, I don't mind it. But given how long it took us to be able to... Oh, that's that individual from the that individual resembles the one we were told about who had to always reach for fruit just out of grasp. Right, there's at least one other place. No, there's at least two other places that I know of where there are vines, but which we haven't explored yet. Then once we've done that, we'll get on the Galerius problem. Oh, I forgot about this one. That's the third one. Quite fortuitous, really. Oh, is this an alternative way to get into the... It is. It's an alternative way to get into the shrine and get one of the plaques. That's good that they give you more than one way to do it. So I'm guessing the same is... Oh, there's more up there. I'm guessing the same is true of the key situation. And... Oh, did that not work? Am I going mad? No, there is a chest up there. There we go. I don't know why it didn't work the first time. What was I thinking? Don't mind if I do. Yeah, so I wonder if once we discovered Scintilla, the quest to get the key off Julie was taken away because we'd achieved the same thing in a different way.
Citizen.
And we probably could still acquire the... We probably could still acquire the key if Julie were free, but it just wouldn't contribute towards any quests. That's my hypothesis.
Be careful who you trust.
Right, now if I recall correctly, and this may be wrong, I think there were some vines around here. Ah, there's the obelisk. Doesn't seem like it actually. Maybe I was thinking of near Malleolus's house? I'll have to check that. Ah, this is another one of those points that we saw much earlier in the game but never explored. Wonderful. Right, so just one more to go. I think it's near Malleolus's house. And then once that's been achieved, then we need to... Well, we need to get Malleolus to step down so that Galerius will even stand in the election. But we do have the warrant from Emperor Nero for his execution, so we can certainly confront him with that.
Citizen.
That's quite an impressive bow you have there.
Yes, it is indeed.
How come you're allowed a weapon and I'm not?
Here we go. Okay, I think this may have just been an alternative way to get into Malleolus's house if we didn't get the key.
Magistrate, is it? Yes, thank you, I'm delighted and deeply honored to be elected your magistrate. And now...
Did you just scale the wall to my villa somehow? I must remember to have words with that buffoon Domitius. Well, why have you risked life and limb to see me?
So, you're Quintius.
My name is Marcus Malleolus Gurgis. You seem to have confused me with someone else.
You have one green eye and one blue eye, just like the description in this execution order from Emperor Nero.
You mean my heterochromia? I am guilty of nothing more than having different coloured eyes. And I'm hardly the only person with the condition. Alexander the Great had it too, as it happens. I like to think it is simply the way the gods have chosen to mark a natural-born ruler. Nothing more.
Apparently Quintius also suffers from delusions of grandeur.
Well, I am not suffering from any delusions, as today's election will firmly establish.
I can't prove it to you yet, but I will.
Unlikely, because it simply isn't true. Now, was there something else you wanted?
I'll be
I
going
trust
now.
you can see yourself out. Through the door this time. There's a key just beside it.
That was disappointing. How do I prove it's him then? Because I assume this is how I get him to stand down in the election.
I'm not supposed to be in here.
Can we talk?
Talk? What business could you possibly have with me?
She's unhappy with him. She might be able to prove his real identity. How would you like some help getting back at Malleolus?
An intriguing proposition. Go on.
I don't think Malleolus is who he says he is.
Perhaps you're not as silly as those clothes make you look. What makes you say that?
Just a hunch. I was hoping we could figure out his true identity together.
You know, I may have the very thing you're looking for. Some time ago, when he still cared for me, he wrote me a love letter. Only, he used the wrong name. Now, addressing one's wife by the wrong name is not unheard of among philandering Romans. But in this case, the name he got wrong was his own. I confronted him about it, and he stammered through some incoherent response. I let it go, eventually, and yet questions have lingered in the back of my mind ever since. But wait a minute. Why exactly are you helping me?
I want to force him to withdraw from the election.
To withdraw? Listen, I may not be Penelope to his Ulysses, but to ruin his plans to become a magistrate? You must think me quite mad. I've heard enough. Get out of here at once. Domitius, come quickly. We're being robbed.
Well, that didn't go to plan, did it?
Do I need to call Domitius? Get out.
Oh dear. And things were going so well. Oh wow. If this is happening anyway.
The many shall suffer for the sins of the one.
Ow. I landed in the fire.
Some? Oh. You look... But... Alright, let me see. I'll go.
Okie doke, let's try that again.
You, Sisyphus, attack or pursue the stone.
How'd you do?
Ah, a fellow traveler from a faraway land.
Oops.
How come you're allowed a weapon and I'm not?
This way.
You're not supposed to be in...
Can we talk?
Talk?
How would you like some help getting back at Malleolus?
And in...
I don't think Malleolus is who he says he is.
Hmm.
Just a hunch. I was hoping we could figure out his true identity together.
You know, I may have. Some... Now, but...
We women have to stick together.
I couldn't agree more. One hand washes the other, as they say. It seems our interests are aligned. I imagine knowing his true identity will give me the leverage I need to manage him appropriately. But first, I need you to do something for me.
I see how this is gonna be. What would you like?
I want you to bring me some wine. Just one small urn should do it. Oh, don't look at me like that. I know this must be hard for you to wrap your sweet little pleb head around. So what do you need me to spell out?
Actually, I don't have any questions.
So you'll help me?
I have some wine right here. I've forgotten where I got that from.
Here's the letter.
Probably some chest I looted at some point. Quintius to beloved Claudia. For a time I despaired at the thought of being trapped here for the rest of my life, but then I met you and discovered that as long as I am with you, I am exactly where I should be. Mere words cannot express my affection for you, and so I will perform a grand gesture in your honour. I will become this city's magistrate, so that I may govern with wisdom and strength, with you by my side. A love letter, in which Malleolus accidentally acknowledges his name is Quintius. Well, strictly speaking, his name isn't mentioned on this. That is Malleolus. If he'd used both names, that would be even more damning. But, presumably it's in his handwriting, addressed to Claudia.
Now, perhaps you can tell me who Quintius really is.
But that should be sufficient. According to this bounty letter from Emperor Nero, he is the person who started the fires in Rome last year.
What? He's... Oh no. That's... quite a lot more serious than I imagined. I only wanted some leverage over him, not to destroy him. Give me that immediately. Nobody else must know.
No, I think I'll hang on to it.
What? No. You tricked me, you mendacious little stirkers.
I didn't lie to you.
It was a lie of a mission. You were planning this all along and you deliberately concealed it. May Jupiter cut you down.
I'll be going now.
I curse you. I curse your life and mind and memory. May you be unable to walk or eat or drink. May this drag you to the depths. This is outrageous.
I'm trying to save everyone's life here, including yours. I just am forced to go about it in a very long-winded way.
Domitius doesn't usually let anyone in here without a hefty tribute, so you must have been desperate to see me. Well, what do you want?
So, you're Quintius.
My name is Marcus Malleolus Gurgis. You seem to have confused me with someone else.
You have one green eye and one blue eye, just like the description in this execution order from Emperor Nero.
You mean my heterochromia? I am guilty of nothing more than having different colored eyes. And I'm hardly the only person with the condition. Alexander the Great had it too, as it happens. I like to think it is simply the way the gods have chosen to mark a natural-born ruler. Nothing more.
Apparently Quintus also suffers from delusions of grandeur.
Well, I am not suffering from any delusions, as today's election will firmly establish.
Wait, what does it say? I can't prove it's you yet, but I will. I have the letter.
Unlikely, because it simply isn't true. Now, was there something else you wanted?
I want you to withdraw from the election.
Are you insane? You barge into my villa uninvited and then make outrageous demands? Why would I withdraw from an election I'm bound to win?
Because I know you're Quintius, your wife gave me your love letter, and Nero wants you dead.
So, it finally caught up with me. I suppose that makes you, what, one of Nero's assassins?
No, I'm not, fortunately for you.
So, you're not going to kill me?
Not if you withdraw from the election immediately.
So much work for nothing. Ugh. If I do it, you'll let me live?
For now, at least.
Fine. Ruling this cesspit of a city would have been beneath me anyway. I'll have Domitius notify the priestess of my withdrawal. There. You got what you wanted. Now, please, leave my villa and never speak to me again.
Right, that's the first part sorted. Actually, let's hear this.
Domitius, are you listening?
Yes, sir.
I've made a decision to withdraw from the election. I want you to go and inform Equitia.
Sir? Are you under duress, sir?
I've just had a change of heart.
But you were on track to be magistrate, sir. All that work, all that money, wasted.
Those are my orders. Carry them out.
As you wish, sir.
Right, so now we need to speak to Galerius. Actually, let's hear this next part. Sentius and Malleolus.
Priestess,
Oh.
Malleolus has decided to withdraw from the election.
Oh, well, that's surprising, but thank you for telling me. I'll let everyone know. Citizens, I have an announcement. Malleolus has withdrawn his candidacy from today's election. Unless any new challengers are nominated by nightfall, Sentius will be re-elected magistrate by default. That is all.
Okie doke.
Don't believe a word they tell you.
Welcome.
Where would Galerius be?
Whatever's in that great temple up there on the bluff. I bet it's
Oh dear. No Galerius. Down by the farm, maybe? It's the only thing I can think. Oh, is that him now? Right, just need to figure out how I get down there quickly and safely. That would be quick, but probably not very safe. That way. I see. I've gone the wrong way then. Should have gone this way. Never mind. Where is he?
Don't believe a word they tell you.
Salve again, friend. I went and did as you asked, and it worked. How is it possible that you've just arrived here and you already know everyone and exactly what's about to happen to them?
I'm reliving the same day over and over again.
You're toying with me, right? Wait, you're not kidding, are you? That's the only way you could have known. You're a bit like... Oh, what was his name? Sisyphus. Yeah, that's the one. Old King Sisyphus.
Like Sisyphus? How so? Or... yeah.
Sisyphus was a Greek king a long time ago. For daring to think he could outsmart the gods, he was given a terrible punishment. He was forced to push a great boulder up to the top of a hill. Only, just as it reached the top, it would roll all the way back down to the bottom, forcing him to start over and over and over again, for all eternity. Just like you. Actually, now that I think about it, there are a bunch of old stories about the gods punishing people by making them do the same futile task over and over. Tantalus was made to grasp at fruit on a tree he could never quite reach. The Pleiades had to keep fetching water in a sieve. Oh, and Ixion was strapped to a wheel going round and round forever. But on the bright side, at least you're not stuck in the underworld like they all were.
Just making notes. There we go. Go on.
Anyway, I don't know which god you managed to upset to get yourself into this position, friend, but you seem all right to me. So, I'll tell you what. I'll keep doing whatever I can to help you. You just focus on finding a way to break the cycle you're in.
Thanks, Galerius. Oh, you're a good man, Galerius. I think the latter. You're a good man, Galerius.
Oh, that's kind of you to say. Now, I'm going to keep your secret. Although, it's not as if I'll remember this next time we talk anyway, right? Oh, and if our conversations ever start to annoy you, just tell me you're busy. I know when I'm not wanted. May fortune smile on you, friend.
Actually, I did wish to speak to you about something.
Salve again, my Sisyphean friend. Now, what's on your mind?
Ever thought about running for magistrate yourself?
I've bounced the idea around once or twice, mainly as a way of getting Dooley set free. God knows Sentius is never going to do it. But from what I hear, Malleolus has the election stitched up. Nobody's going to take him on and win. And maybe that's not such a bad thing. I mean, he talks a lot about freedom, so I'm hoping if he's elected, he'll release Dooley from his cell. That's good enough for me.
Malleolus withdrew from the election.
He did? Oh, that was unexpected. I wonder what could have possessed him to do that. Well, I guess it's time for me to step up then. I'll let Equitia know I'll be running.
I'll be going now.
All right, friend. Hope you find a way to break that cycle you're in.
So do I. Now, I see you're not telling Equitia immediately. Never mind, so we'd better check on people's votes, hadn't we?
Name's Rufius. Better watch your step.
Who are you going to vote for?
Galerius. Sorted out my rheumatism. For the first time in a long time, I'm not in constant pain. Good man.
Let's talk about something else.
Fine.
I'll be going now.
See you around.
That's good. So that's one vote we don't have to worry about.
Greetings and salutations.
That's going to help a lot if the things Galerius were doing contribute towards him getting elected.
Greetings. I'm Georgius. It gladdens me to see another foreigner in our midst. We must stick together, you and I.
I know. You want to know where I'm from, but I really want to ask you some questions.
My friend, your words intrigue me more and more. But yes, very well. Ask me what you will.
Who are you going to vote for?
Galerius. Did you know he saved the life of my young friend Fabia? The man is a hero.
Let's talk about something else.
But of course.
I'll be going now.
I hope that our paths cross again soon, my friend.
Possibly we won't have to do anything else. Oh, we need to confront Rufius about persecuting Virgil, don't we?
You again.
Are you the one threatening Virgil?
No idea what you're talking about.
I know it was you. I found an incomplete letter to him in your quarters.
Look, I haven't been at my best lately. I know that. It's the rheumatism. It starts with constant pain in all your joints. Then the pain starts to mess with your head. Makes you angry, mean. I know that's not an excuse for how I acted. But it's the truth. But with the willow bark, I'm already starting to feel like myself again. I'll leave him alone from now on. It's not as if I was ever going to hurt him anyway. I was just rushing out. I'm going to go and clean up the graffiti. Just forget this ever happened. Will you?
Alright, no problem. So, the list of things that we aim to accomplish on our final loop. We need to save Yulia from poisoning herself. We need to save Fabia from being crushed in the empty temple. We need to save Ulpius from killing himself. We need to save Centilla, who's locked up in the upper cistern. We need to cure Rufius of his rheumatism. We need to save Claudia from Malleolus, in so much as we can't have her locked into that room when the golden rule is broken, at the minimum. And we need to save Virgil from Rufius, that is his persecution. We'd better tell Virgil that he needn't worry anymore.
Ah, a new face. Salve, and welcome to our little community. My name's impossible to pronounce for most people, so you can just call me Virgil. I hear we have you to thank for saving Julia's life. I'm glad you arrived when you did.
Who are you going to vote for?
Well, Cynthius seems to know what he's doing. Nobody's broken the golden rule under his watch so far.
Anything I can do to change that?
My vote isn't for sale, if that's what you're asking.
Don't worry about the threats, it's just Rufius, and he's never going to hurt you.
What demon or spirit told you about that?
I found an incomplete note in his house.
You went snooping in his place? That was risky. We're lucky you didn't cross any lines. Have you spoken to him about it?
Yes, and he won't be bothering you anymore.
Really? How did you manage that?
I found a treatment for his rheumatism, which was making him agitated and compounding some other personal issues.
Poor fellow. I've heard that can really mess with a person's head. Well done for figuring that out.
Happy to help. I think he wants to help clean up his graffiti too.
Really? That's promising. I'll keep an eye out for him.
Let's try the vote for again. Who are you going to vote for?
Well, Cynthius seems to know what he's doing. Nobody's broken the golden rule under his watch so far.
Anything I can do to change that?
My vote isn't for sale, if that's what you're asking.
Okay.
Nice to talk to you.
So we can't persuade him because we've done him a favour, but that's fine. I can't remember who all the voters are, but I think we must be close to a majority by now.
What is it, citizen?
He's never going to vote for anyone but Cynthius. Who are you going to vote for?
Not that it's any of your business, but my loyalty is and always will be with Cynthius.
I'll be going now.
Alright.
So that's only 2 for Cynthius.
Oi! How did you get in there, you cheeky little Sturkus? If I cop an earful from Malleolus, I'll be coming for you. What now?
Who are you going to vote for?
I'm not going.
I'll be going now.
Whatever. Just remember, I'll be watching.
Okay, 2 for... 2 for,
Fear is proof
Cynthius.
of a degenerate mind.
1 effectively abstaining, and... How many was it we counted just then? Was it at least 3 for Galerius? Rufius, Georgius, was there someone else? I'm forgetting someone, aren't I? Who we spoke to? Oh, we haven't spoken to Ulpius, but... Well, we probably should check with him. Perhaps I'm wrong. Perhaps it's 2 for 2 at the moment. So we'd better keep asking around.
Salve. Hello there, friend. May I say, that is a glorious bow you're carrying. Do you mind if I ask where you acquired it?
I took it from the Shrine of Diana, only to discover you'd locked me inside with angry hornets. I managed to escape, and after a harrowing ordeal in the palace and travelling back in time, here I am.
Are you well, stranger? Have you been out in the sun too long? You seem a little confused. Perhaps you should go and see Lucretia in a clinic.
Who are you going to vote for?
Sentius, I suppose. Stability is always good for business.
I'd like you to vote for Galerius.
Yeah? And what's he going to do for me? He's nothing.
Would a gift change your mind?
Certainly. For a few thousand denarii.
Fine, here's 3,000 denarii.
Pleasure doing business. Can I help you with anything else?
I'll be going now.
Another time.
Oh dear, that must have, yeah, damaged the old coffers. Still. We've got quite a lot left over. I think that'll probably do it.
I hope you're coping.
But I'll look for Ulpius and check with him as well. Oh, does Ulpius even get a vote? Because he was obviously formerly a slave, so he wouldn't have been able to vote. I assume he can vote now. Did we ever find our way in here? I don't think we did. That certainly requires investigation at some point.
Salve, friend. I'm Octavia. Welcome to life under the Golden Rule. It's a ghastly thing, is it not? How are you faring so far?
I'm fine, thanks.
Ah, another stoic, perhaps. We all need something to help us through times like these. We've all been where you are now. I remember when I first arrived. I used to lay awake at night contemplating the big questions. Why am I here? Is there a way out? What is the Golden Rule, and who or what is responsible for it? I still don't have any of the answers, I'm afraid. I don't think anybody does. But I'm happy to share with you what I've learned.
We could go down the route, so you're a Christian.
Please keep that to yourself. I know you're not from around here. Things are very difficult for us right now. There was a terrible fire in Rome last year, and our emperor decided to make us his scapegoats. There were executions. It was horrible.
Your secret's safe with me.
Oh, thank you. You have no idea how much I appreciate that.
I'll be going now.
Ah, that's a shame. Another time then.
I was hoping that possibly we'd get a lead that would lead us through here, but clearly not. For a time I wondered if that's where they were keeping the hidden Christian shrine, but we now know it's in the cave network. Find you. So that's the clue. Presumably Proserpina does have a presence here that's more immediate than through the statues. I'll head to the baths shortly and see if we missed anything there. The only other thing I have, the only other thing I have to do that I want to do. Oh, of course, she has her own shrine. Proserpina, I'm being a fool. I should just head there.
Don't believe a word they tell you.
Shalom, friend.
Wait, so he's Jewish? Who are you going to vote for? Or, no, let's actually start with, what's your story?
You mean where am I from and all that? Judea, originally. But when I was a child, I moved to Rome with my family. Romanized my name and spent most of my life in the Jewish district of Trans-Tiberim, across the Tiber from the main city. That's where I was when the fires broke out. Everyone was running toward the river, and I, listening to my inner contrarian, ran the other way. Every road leading out of Rome was in chaos, full of people with all their belongings in carts and brigands preying on them. Several hours down the Appian Way, I saw another Jewish family being attacked by 3 opportunists. So I picked up a branch from the side of the road and went to defend them. I can only assume they got the better of me, because the next thing I knew, I was waking up in a forest, by a river not far from here, with no memory of how I got there. It's strange though, because I still had my purse on me. Why would a robber knock me unconscious and throw me in a river, but not take my coins?
Good on you for risking your life to help others.
A lot of good it did me. And that family. I sometimes wonder what happened to them.
Do you know a way out of here?
I don't. But even if I did, I'm not going anywhere. I have unfinished business.
Oh no. I hope you're not thinking of breaking the Golden Rule. What do you think about the Golden Rule?
Well, neither of us have a couple of hours to stand around talking about theology, law, and collective punishment, so I guess you're looking for a pithy summary? You remind me of an old story from my people about Hillel the Elder. He was approached by a Gentile and asked to explain the entire Torah while he stood on one foot. Obliging, he replied, "What is hateful to you, do not do to another. That is the whole Torah. The rest is commentary. Go and learn." Of course, what I want to know is, what kind of a god sees a young woman abducted and does nothing about it? Not my god. That's for sure.
Good question.
Thanks. I just wish there was a way to find out.
Who are you going to vote for?
Sentius, I suppose. I'd have to be insane to vote for Malleolus after what he did to me.
Would you consider voting for Galerius?
Galerius, the farmer? He's a good man, but I think he's more valuable on the farm than as magistrate.
I'll be going now.
All right, friend. Thanks for the chat.
Oh no. That's bad. That's 3 for and 3 against, 1 abstaining. Let's go down the list of people and look for the men, since it's the men that vote. Is there anyone I've overlooked? Right, Al never turned up. Malleolus obviously isn't voting for anyone, I would assume. If he did, he would presumably vote against Sentius, but I assume he isn't. Domitius says he's not coming. Sentius, obviously, he said that he wouldn't be voting for himself if he's even allowed to. I assume he's not allowed to, actually. Though I do think he said he wasn't voting for himself, but anyway. Rufius, we've spoken to. Galerius, presumably won't be voting for himself. Julie won't be out of prison, so he can't vote. Virgil says he can't be bought. Georgius is voting for Galerius. Decius we bribed. In the case of a draw, presumably it goes towards the status quo, so Sentius would be re-elected. Horatius isn't going to change his vote. Kabash isn't here, he's underground. And then we're out of people. That is a problem. That is a big problem. I don't think there's anything we can do about that. I think I'd have to try and persuade him to stand down, which I can't see him doing. Oh, this is Proserpina's shrine. Didn't seem to be a way to contact her there. Right, so I guess I just have to wait for the election and see how it goes, and if it's a draw and Sentius wins. Oh, I really do not want that to happen, because then the rule won't be broken. I could try getting him to stand down, but that's just likely to go terribly. Well, let's go to the baths for the moment. See if we can find a way to have a dialogue with Proserpina. Wait, Proserpina doesn't have a presence here, does she? I'm thinking of Sharon. Sorry, Charon. So that's on me. Hello. Is that anything significant? It doesn't seem to be changing, so possibly not. Doesn't seem that way. Oh no, we've got this laggy effect again. I believe the fix for that will save the game and reload. That happened to us once before in the first stream. Okay. Oh, maybe Galerius needs to stop the problem with Rufius. Maybe with Rufius prosecuting Virgil. Perhaps that's how you do it. And so I couldn't actually get him elected till next loop anyway. Alright, let's have a conversation with Sentius. At the very least... Oh, then again, he won't care about the plaque, will he?
I hope you have a good reason for flouting my weapons ban. We're finally alone. I assume you already know who I am. May I know your name?
I'm El Magnifica, and we've already had this conversation before.
We have? Wait, if I understand correctly,
Someone is about to break the Golden Rule, forcing me to create a portal in time to bring you here. I must have entrusted you with figuring out who the culprit is. Only, I assume we failed, and you had to start over. Is that about right? If so, what happened?
We had this conversation too, and I'm in a hurry.
Seems rather brash, but all right. Why have you sought me out?
I'd like you to release Julie.
You mean Duilius? Releasing him is out of the question, I'm afraid. That man is a liability we simply cannot afford. Perhaps you're not aware he was caught multiple times, sneaking around in places he should not have been.
What exactly did he do?
Look, I can see where you're going with this. You think me cruel. I assure you that is not the case. You may not be aware of this, but it was not so long ago, during the Republic, the law of the 12 Tables would have required that he be killed as soon as he was born, owing to his deformities. Here we see to it that he has food, water, and shelter, and most importantly, he is able to continue living. A privilege that would be taken away from all of us were he to be released and commit the crime of trespass. The man has no self-discipline, poor comprehension of what is going on around him, and is an incorrigible rule breaker. I will not jeopardize the lives of my people so that one man can go free. Now, was there something else?
I was hoping to ask you some questions about my investigation.
Ask then.
No, that didn't lead anywhere. I don't have any questions right now.
Good. Now, was there something else you wanted to discuss?
Can we talk about who's going to break the Golden Rule?
Of course. What is it?
I think I know who it is.
Yes?
No, I can't. It doesn't look like there's a way to get into the conversation about Scintilla. Never mind, I need more time to investigate.
Why then did you say... it doesn't matter. It looks like you'll have to continue your investigation. Now, was there anything else you wanted to ask?
I'd better get back to it.
Thank you. I'll be waiting here for news.
That's not ideal. Right, let's speak to the priestess. See if she has any ideas about how I could speak to Proserpina. Perhaps some sort of offering?
A new face. Ave, and may Vesta watch over you. I'm Equitia. To what do I owe the pleasure of this visit?
Can I ask you some questions about escaping the underworld?
I beg your pardon?
Livy was right, we're in the underworld.
Oh my. That is quite a lot to take in. You'll have to give me a moment. Let's see. If that is indeed the case, I suppose we'd better figure out what to do about it, hadn't we? We don't have much to go on, except the old stories. I remember 4 in particular about heroes in the underworld. Hercules, the demigod and son of Jupiter. Orpheus, a Thracian poet. Sisyphus, a king of Ephyra. And Aeneas, a Trojan hero. Hercules was able to leave the underworld because he cowed its god with his strength. Sisyphus and Orpheus both relied on their wits instead. They persuaded the goddess of the underworld, Proserpina, to help them escape. And finally, Aeneas was able to escape with the help of a spirit guide, who led him through a secret gate. So it seems you have 2 options: to confront the god of the underworld head-on, or find a way to escape with the help of Proserpina or some other guide.
Tell me more about escaping with the help of Proserpina or a guide.
As I mentioned, both Orpheus and Sisyphus were said to have persuaded Proserpina to help them escape, and Aeneas was guided to the exit. The problem is, those are the stories of a poet, a self-aggrandizing king, and a brawler about their own heroic deeds, so they should be taken with a grain of salt. First, Proserpina. What we do know about her is, well, it's a grim tale. It's said the god of the underworld abducted and dragged her here against her will, forcing her into marriage.
So she might be willing to work against him to help us.
If the stories are true, then I suppose so. The problem is, how do we communicate with her without being noticed by her captor? Leaving that aside for a moment, there is also the possibility of a spirit guide. I don't suppose you've come across one of those in your travels?
I hear the female statues whispering to me every now and then.
Truly? And you're only bringing this up now? Then again, I suppose you were worried I'd think you were as mad as Navia. Can you tell me more? Is it the same voice? What kinds of thing does it say?
It's always the same voice, and she's helpful, if a little cryptic.
Fascinating. Perhaps she's a benevolent spirit. Or perhaps... Perhaps you're hearing the voice of Proserpina herself. If she has indeed been abducted, it would make sense for her to speak in cryptic whispers to avoid detection. Tell me, has she told you anything that might lead you to the way out?
I've already found a way to escape.
Truly? Then why are you still here?
Because that path will result in the deaths of nearly everyone here, and I don't want that.
Ah, I see. Then it seems you have made a great sacrifice for all of us, friend. I admire your compassion. Truly. Thank you. But unfortunately, I'm afraid your only other option will be to confront you-know-who.
Alright, I'd better get back to it. Or how about tell me more about confronting Pluto head on?
Shh! Is everyone so blunt where you're from? Oh. That option would be the boldest, but also the only way to learn the truth about the Golden Rule, and maybe even put an end to it. As I said, Hercules managed to overpower the god of the underworld, but he was a demigod. Forgive my candor, but you are no Hercules.
Hercules couldn't manipulate time or turn organic matter into gold.
Are you telling me that you can? I won't pretend to understand exactly what that means, but if that's true, then perhaps you stand a chance. So, if you want to confront him, I'll help you as much as I can. Who knows? Perhaps your name will be uttered in the same sentence as Hercules one day. But first, you'd need an audience with you-know-who, and for that, you'll need to enter the great temple overlooking the city. The problem is, the door has been sealed shut for as long as I've lived here, and there doesn't even seem to be a keyhole. I suspect the answer lies in the desecrated obelisk in front of it. I'm not sure if you noticed, but there are 4 plaques missing from its base. It looks as though somebody, or a series of somebodies, forcibly removed them, and in doing so, dishonored and angered our divine keeper. If you could recover and replace all 4 of those missing plaques, I imagine he might be willing to receive an audience again.
What can you tell me about the obelisk?
It's the towering stone monument with 4 sides and a pyramid-shaped head that stands before the great temple, a dedication to the god of this place. You'll find them all over Rome, but of course they were looted from Egypt many years ago. It seems one of them made its way here too, although how is a mystery. However, this one is unusual in that each of the 4 sides is decorated in a different style: Roman, Greek, Egyptian, and another I don't recognize. That means you'll need to recover 4 different plaques: Roman, Greek, Egyptian, and a 4th, a mystery plaque.
Let's talk about something else. Alright, I'd better get back to it.
May Fortuna guide you. Although you may not need her with Proserpina on your side.
Actually, let's ask about the other option.
Ave again. Did you find what you need?
Can I ask you some questions about escaping the underworld?
Certainly.
Can't we just escape the way we came in?
It's a reasonable question. But the problem is, this place is fairly well designed to keep us here. There's no way to climb up the shaft. And even if you could build a ladder big enough, just trying it would break the golden rule. We know that, thanks to the writings left behind by those who've tried.
Ah, so perhaps that's how the last group ended up breaking the golden rule, of which the hermit philosopher is the last survivor. Alright, I'd better get back to it.
May Fortuna guide you. Although you may not need her with Proserpina on your side.
I expected that to be the answer, because I think we'd been told as much before, but it was worth double checking.
Don't believe a word they tell you.
What if I...
That's quite an impressive bow you have there. Just Ave again. Did you find what you need?
Let's try speaking to her about it when we're right next to the statue. It may give us some more answers.
Certainly.
Tell me more about escaping with the help of Proserpina or a guide.
As I mentioned, both Orpheus and Sisyphus were said to have persuaded Proserpina to help them escape, and Aeneas was guided to the exit. The problem is, those are the stories of a poet, a self-aggrandizing king, and a brawler about their own heroic deeds, so they should be taken with a grain of salt. First, Proserpina. What we do know about her is, well, it's a grim tale. It's said the god of the underworld abducted and dragged her here against her will, forcing her into marriage.
That's horrible.
It is. The gods are a mirror image of mankind, as far as cruelty is concerned, I'm afraid. If the stories are true, I imagine she's as desperate to escape as we are. If she really did help Orpheus and Sisyphus, perhaps she'll help us too. The problem is, how do we communicate with her without being noticed by her captor? Leaving that aside for a moment, there is also the possibility of a spirit guide. I don't suppose you've come across one of those in your travels?
I hear the female statues whispering to me every now and then.
Truly? And you're only bringing this up now? Then again, I suppose you were worried I'd think you were as mad as Navia. Can you tell me more? Is it the same voice? What kinds of thing does it say?
It's always the same voice, and she's helpful, if a little cryptic.
Fascinating. Perhaps she's a benevolent spirit. Or perhaps... Perhaps you're hearing the voice of Proserpina herself. If she has indeed been abducted, it would make sense for her to speak in cryptic whispers to avoid detection. Tell me, has she told you anything that might lead you to the way out?
I've already found a way to escape.
Truly?
Well, we've been through this dialogue, let's...
But
Okay, that wasn't helpful, unfortunately. I'd hoped it would be. But no such luck. I'm running out of ideas, to be honest. On the Proserpina front. Can I go in here now, actually? No. I'm wondering what the value is in being able to turn these particular plants to gold. Perhaps it's just that it provides another way down if you didn't yet have the oh, what's it called? For the zip line. Zipline handlebar. That's probably it. Because you certainly couldn't have got there without the bow that turns things to gold. So I predict that Galerius will not be elected magistrate this time, but we'll be able to ensure he is next time. But we've still no leads on the... Hello? Maybe the solution's been staring me in the face all along. Or not. I was wondering if we could climb up there and get round. I really can't tell. Does this take us into the same temple? There's a few leads that we haven't actually been able to follow up, isn't there? Because we have the lunar pendant. We never found out what that's about. We don't know what this door is about. Whether it leads into the temple or not. Somehow I suspect not. But it's not impossible. I assume once we've completed the obelisk, put the plaques back, then we just walk straight through there. And we don't know how to speak to Proserpina more directly. To be guided. There's the individual representing Sisyphus. If anyone in chat has any ideas, by all means leave a suggestion. I mean, part of the problem is we're waiting till the election takes place to see what's going to happen, and so I can't just... I'm not going to just trigger another loop immediately to get things going. So we'll be waiting a while anyway. Okay, let's have another look. What did Divine Intervention say? Ask Equator about appealing to the gods for help, which we've done. Listen to the whispers for clues about a way to escape. Why haven't these been crossed off? Because we've done both of those. Maybe there's another dialogue option? I'd be surprised. But perhaps I should check again. we ever figure out what was going on back here, if anything? Oh, perhaps that's it. He watches through their eyes. Ah! And I did notice when we spoke to Equitia last time that it specifically said I hear her voice through the female statues. So perhaps Pluto looks through the eyes of the male.
Fortune smile on you, sister.
Arve again. Did you find what you need? See you again soon, I hope.
Nope, no suitable dialogue options. Getting a bit stuck for ideas. Couldn't get much more isolated than this. I don't think Pluto has any ears all that close to here. Oh. No, that's a female one. But no whispers. Eh? What am I missing? Listen to the whispers for clues about a way to escape. Perhaps the whispers I've been hearing will guide me. Let's write them all down verbatim then. Let's just go between the statues and let's write down what they've been saying verbatim. That one's near a male one, so it hasn't said anything, I suspect.
Be careful who you trust.
Goodness.
I hope you're taking care of yourself.
Oh, thank you, Octavia. Oh dear. It's all up to you. Now I went past that statue before and it didn't speak. So there must be some other condition? Perhaps how much time has passed since the last time a statue spoke to us? Let's go this way, actually. Oh wait, we can't. Never mind. Whoa, no! Oh no, sorry. Continue from last save. I can't move. Wait, had we bought off Decius yet? I think we had. I'll assume we had. Always remember they're watching. The priestess. I'm wondering if the women with these gloves on are actually specifically the Furies of Pluto, or Hades, or whichever name you choose to use. Because they always seem to be in the same position, almost as though they're ready to have a bow appear in their hands. I will try to help you. Is that something I can explore? Doesn't seem that way, does it? No. I do wonder who or what she's pointing towards. I don't particularly fancy jumping off the edge to find out, though.
Salve.
Salve, Ilya. Priestess. We've had that one before. That suggests these lines are also being said in a random order. I was somewhat hoping that there was a well-defined order, because then it might be possible to reconstruct it into a longer, intelligible sentence. I never did find Decius again, did I? To check that I had bribed him this loop. Wait, I can just check how much... Yeah, I think this must be post-bribe. Because I seem to remember I went down to... I paid him 3,000 and I went down to 4,900 or so?
Fortune smile on you, sister.
Let's have a quick save. I do think there's a time element to these whispers. The game doesn't want to feed them to us too quickly.
How come you're allowed a weapon and I'm not?
I don't think I've heard a weapon. Heard... Now I have. I was going to say a whisper from one of the women who looks like they may be about to get a bow, but now I have. Oh! That's indicating that I should use my bow here. I wonder if there was actually any value in that. Golden goose eggs. Goose eggs, turn to gold. These look valuable. I wonder if I need those to bribe Pluto or something. May the gods be kinder to you than they were to us, stranger. She will guide you. Who will? The priestess? That's why having a defined order would be helpful.
Believe a word they tell you.
How'd you do? Hello there, friend. May I say, that is a glorious bow you're carrying. Do you mind if I ask where you acquired it?
We've had this conversation.
Are you well, stranger? Very well.
Okay, so that must be post-bribery.
Vague.
Oh, we may as well ask that for completeness.
As I'm the if the true, then can you tell true? Ah, but may
no help there. How disappointing. She will guide you.
Greetings and salutations.
I hope you're coping.
As you can see, I'm just going round and round while we wait for the election, trying to pick up as many whispers as I can. The many shall suffer for the sins of the one. The whispers have been quiet for a while, haven't they? I can't move.
Greetings and salutations.
Fortune smile on you, sir.
Oh, that's actually crossed off the ask. Well, it hasn't crossed off, it's removed the ask Equitia part of that quest.
Arve again. Did you find what you need?
What's the status of the election?
It must be completed by dusk, just the same as any other official business. It'll be between Sentius, the incumbent, and Galerius, the challenger. Why do you ask?
Can we start the election now?
As I said, I'm planning to hold it before dusk. But I suppose I could hold it sooner, if there's a good reason.
Holding it early may prevent conflict between the voters?
Yes. I have overheard some rather unpleasant arguments. The last thing we need here is additional conflict. Very well. I'll get things started right away.
I had no idea we could do that. Okay, that changes things. Sorry about making you wait.
Citizens, it is time. Let us meet to elect our magistrate.
Oh, I can't set her as a follower. I suppose she has to be... I speak with their tongues. I suppose she has to be set by the game as a follower, then I gain the follow mechanic. Oh dear. This way.
Citizens, we have a quorate body of voters gathered here to elect the city's magistrate. The candidates are Sextus Sentius Imperiosus and late nominee Gallus Galerius Helver. Marcus Malleolus Gurges withdrew his candidacy earlier today. As agreed, we shall dispense with ballots and candidates will abstain from voting. Let's make this quick. As I say your name, call your vote. I'll start with you, Horatius.
Sentius, of course.
Georgius.
Galerius. He saved the life of my dear friend Fabia.
Dacius.
Galerius.
Virgil.
Sentius.
Ulpius.
Galerius, the man who saved my life.
Rufius.
The man who treated my rheumatism.
Oh, that's strange.
Galerius.
Citizens, you have made your decision. Your new magistrate is Gallus Galerius Helver.
What?
It has been decided. Magistrate Galerius, would Would you like to make a brief address?
I just want to say, this isn't something I ever wanted. Now that you've put your trust in me, I'm going to do everything I can not to let you down. I'll need some time to put together a list of the changes I want to make around here. But I promise you, there will be changes. My first order is that Dooley is to be freed. Horatius, release him from his cell immediately. Please. Wait, do I need to say please? I suppose not. That's it. You can all get on with your day. Nothing else to see here. Move along.
Okay, this is some good progress. And once Julie is free, we'll also get the key. And then we can return to the cistern. And see if we can find... the valuable object. Also, yes, that statue just said, "Can you hear me?" I'm going to add that in a second.
Ove.
Fortune smiles on you today, Julius. Magistrate Galerius here has ordered your release.
You're going to let me out?
I'm sorry it took so long, my friend. And it wouldn't have happened at all if it wasn't for a newcomer. So be sure to offer your thanks when you can.
I will. I will.
That's quite an impressive bow you have there. Just like Diana's.
So happy.
I'd love to stay and chat, but I've got a lot of work ahead of me. Why don't you go to the baths? Then tell Georgius I said you could have some new clothes. Then I want you to go home and rest.
Hey.
I'll speak with you soon, Dooley.
Also, hello, Jenny. Slow but steady progress. I mean, we may as well take that letter. Not that we have any need for it. The Greek plaque. Hades, Lord of Many. We now have all the plaques. There was a key also. Perhaps I need to ask Julie for it.
Hello? I'm Dooley. Magistrate Galerius said I should thank the newcomer. Are you the newcomer?
Yes, that's me.
Oh, it is you. Then, thank you. You're a big helper. I was locked up, but they let me out again. I'm so happy.
You're welcome.
You can have my shiny plaque if you want, and maybe you can help me find my treasure. My friend Hannibal used to look after me, and he said he always would. But then he died. But before that, he told me if anything ever happened to him, I had to find something very precious.
What was it? Oh, I did. Maybe I did will reveal. Let's go with what was it?
He gave me a key to the cisterns and told me to keep it safe. He said there's something very precious way up high. Please help me find it. Please. I had to keep it a secret until I found someone I could trust.
Alright, I'll help you.
Oh, thank you. Here's the key.
I think I finally figured it out. The door, which is... that has the little path that goes down to it, near where Octavia is gardening, and just below where the Great Temple is. I reckon that is the door to the upper cistern, and that key opens it. The upper cistern is below the Great Temple. The entry must be around there somewhere. Yes.
Hope you find it. In the cisterns, way up high, Hannibal said. Oh, look over there. Something shiny. Is it treasure? Maybe it is.
Okay. So those two... this is a different way we could have completed the find...
It gladdens my heart that Galerius said
the find Centilla quest line. So we still don't know what the lunar pendant is for, and we still don't know how we...
I wish I could have seen the look on Malleolus's face when Galerius won the election.
The priestess. And we still don't know how we are to be guided by Proserpina. Unless the guiding is just towards the plaques. Out of curiosity, will this open that door? It will not. I think a confrontation with Pluto then is between a confrontation with Pluto and freeing Scintilla. Strange. I really thought there would be other possibilities.
The many shall suffer for the
dear, what
sins
happened?
of the one.
Yea, though I walk through the valley of the shadow.
Well, someone broke the golden rule. I didn't see who it was. Ow. Ow. Yeah, so obviously I don't like to be spoiled in games, but incidentally I did end up seeing some stuff online that suggested that there are 4 endings to this game. I don't know for a fact that's true, but that's something that that seemed to be what something I was looking at suggested, implied. And so I could try and break the paradox. Sorry, I could try and... Yes, exactly. I could try to... No, I could try to create a paradox, I should say, and try and enter the game that way. I could try freeing Scintilla. I could try confronting... Pluto. Or listen to the whispers. But I have been listening to the whispers.
Salve, friend.
I'm El Magnifico. I'm a little busy right now. Have we always had that option?
Oh. Yulia.
Ah, we can get him to deal with the Malleolus situation.
Poor Virgil. Alright, let me... What? I'll go.
Apologies, I probably should have read those out to you, shouldn't I? Well, if we loop again, I will. It's all up to you. We've heard that one a lot before. I did have one...
You, Tantalus, cannot catch the drops of...
I did have one idea which is a little bit off the wall.
Not in the empty shrine.
Wonder how much one of these statues is worth on the outside.
See, the Whispers have been telling me over and over again that I speak with their tongues, and the priestess, and she will guide you. This almost certainly isn't it, but the idea I had was, what if I turn her to gold? Is that what's required here?
The many shall suffer for the sins of the one.
Poor Equitia. Oh, I should probably grab some more denarii while I'm here. Ow. Uh-oh. Oh, got away with it, just. In this game, if you... This is Jenny. In this game, if you were hurt in the long fall, like you've experienced before, 2 times, would you recover after a while, or would you need some help for the recovery? I'd need to reload. Okay, now let's have a conversation. Let's,
Salve, friend.
speak to Galerius again.
Tell me who you are and what you're doing with that bow on your back.
I'm El Magnifica, and I need you to take care of some things urgently.
Oh, sounds serious. I'm listening.
I may as well say them all. Yulia's dying, but Lucretia can't help her without this Silphium. Take some of it and go, quickly.
Yulia? Oh no. Alright, I can do that.
Rufius has been threatening Virgil, but if you give him some of this willow bark, it will treat his rheumatism, and he'll settle down.
Poor Virgil. Poor Rufius too, I guess. Alright, got it.
I need you to stop Fabia entering the empty shrine and tell the new arrival he'll find what he's looking for in there.
Alright, let me see. Stop Fabia going in, but send the new arrival to the empty shrine. Understood.
Tell Malleolus you know his real name is Quintius, thanks to Claudia, and that Nero sends his regards. Then tell him to withdraw from the election and release his debt bondsman.
What? Are you... You're serious, aren't you? I doubt Domitius will let me talk to him, but I'll make sure he passes on the message.
That's it. Now go as fast as you can.
I'll go, but once I'm done, I'll need you to tell me how you know all of this.
I don't need to keep collecting the money, do I? Because now I know about Malleolus's past, I don't need to keep paying 2,000 denarii each time.
Turns.
Okay, let's start pursuing the plaque.
Did you know I was headed in there?
Solution further. The plaque resolution. I'm not convinced that this is what we want to do in the end, but at the same time, since there doesn't seem to be any further hint of how we would get Persephone to help us, and she seems to be, that is, of course, the Greek name for oh dear, my memory, Proserpina. Since we don't seem to be making any more progress with that, let's see if sorting out the plaques is beneficial. That's Greek. That's Egyptian, I think. That must be cuneiform. Goodness me. Let's speak to Equitia.
Thank you, Galerius.
Have we heard that one recently? No. Equitia will be unavailable until Galerius has finished his errands. I should try talking to her later.
The Emperor. He knows Malleolus' real name is Quinctius, thanks to Claudia, and demands he withdraw from the election and release Ulpius and Iulia immediately.
Are you out of your mind, farm boy?
Domitius, that's enough.
What? You're not going to listen to this dolt, are you?
Galerius, all right, I'll withdraw, and Ulpius and Julia are free. I trust our business is concluded?
Yes, that ought to do it. I guess I'll go and tell Ulpius the good news then.
Isn't the great temple majestic? That's quite an impressive bow you have there, just like Diana's.
Somehow we seem to be just in range for the subtitles, even though we can't actually hear them.
Are they?
from the election. I want you to go and inform Equitia.
Sir? Are you under duress, sir?
I just had a change of heart.
But you were on track to be magistrate, sir. All that work, all that money, wasted.
Those are my orders.
Just waiting for the game to catch up with all the things we've set in motion. I think this is what we're waiting for. We're waiting for Equitia to announce the withdrawal of Malleolus.
Priestess, Malleolus has decided to withdraw from the election.
Oh, well, that's surprising, but thank you for telling me. I'll let everyone know. Citizens, I have an announcement. Malleolus has withdrawn his candidacy from today's election. Unless any new challengers are nominated by nightfall, Sentius will be re-elected magistrate by default.
Actually, I'd like to nominate myself, if that's all right.
Of course, Galerius. That's your right. Citizens, the election will proceed.
I'm not sure we told him to do that. Not that I'm disappointed.
Salve again, friend. I went and did... You're Sisyphus. Yeah. Sisyphus, he was forced... Oh.
We've been through all this dialogue before.
Anyway, so,
I have a feeling you'll do great. What did he say? Oh, and I'm in the running for magistrate, feeling kind of nervous, but I'm hoping it'll all be worth it when I order Julie's release. I just hope I'll have the votes I need. I have a feeling you'll do great.
Oh, that's kind of you to say. Now, I'm going to keep your secret. Although, it's not as if I'll remember this next...
Arve,
There we go.
a new face.
Right, let's try and find any new dialogue.
Oh my, let me her, sis, and so. As I mentioned, it if the true, then can you tell me truly? Then why are you still here? Ah, but shh. As are you? I would so, but for the it look if you. It's the towering. You'll how that. Perhaps, but I'm a.
Okay, no luck. So despite what she'd previously told us, she isn't actually much help once the temple's been opened. Because I think she said that she'd help us, but first we need to open the temple. Well, apparently that's not quite the case, but never mind. I must say, I do feel a bit stuck for options at the moment. It feels like it would feel a shame not to go into the temple now that I've opened it, but at the same time I feel like once I go in there I may not be able to come back out. I may be committed to one ending. Well, we'll have to see. Speak his name. How? I mean, I know his name, but how do I actually do that? Well, his name's Pluto. It's also Hades and Osiris, and I think we came to the conclusion it was probably Nurgle. Hades, Lord of Many, grant me an audience. Nurgle, the Fierce One, grant me an audience. Osiris, Lord of Silence, grant me an audience. Pluto, Father of Riches, grant me an audience. Let's go with the oldest. Nurgle, the Fierce One, grant me an audience. Was that the wrong name? Osiris. Hades. Yeah, Hades, are you? I wonder if he'd have also accepted Pluto. Oh, I'm supposed to match the name to the setting. This will be Osiris then. Hold on, let's go back. So this represented the Greeks. Presumably we were supposed to gather that from the pillars? Or perhaps the people that were here. It'll be interesting to see how different the Roman one is, assuming there is one. Nurgle. Goodness. Okay. Let's see where we end up. Oh my goodness. We appear to be in space.
And here you are. Allow me to introduce myself. As you have already gathered, I've been known by many names. Nergal to the Sumerians, Osiris to the Egyptians, Hades to the Greeks, and Pluto to the Romans. But the one constant through it all has been my title, God of the Underworld. And I've been watching you with curiosity, mortal, ever since your arrival. You're unlike the others, aren't you? And what is more, you carry a weapon that was never intended for mortals to wield, and you do it so brazenly. But there will be time for your reckoning later. First, as a reward for undoing the desecration of my obelisk, I will allow you to satisfy your curiosity. Ask what you will.
What's your story?
My story is many thousands of years long. You will need to be more specific. What do you wish to know?
Only thousands? You're a god?
It is a matter of perspective. God is a label I was given by you mortals, not one I gave myself. Your ancestors revered me because to them, my knowledge and technology made me incomprehensibly powerful, just as you might seem so to an insect. But despite all that, there are rules even I must obey.
Why do you look and sound like a man?
My kin and I all adopted this form long ago, so that we might better understand and communicate with your kind. In time, we grew fond of the sensory delights it affords: desire, joy, ecstasy, even rage and sorrow, while an acquired taste can be addictive.
Who is the woman on your left?
This is my beloved. Like me, she has been known by many names. Ereshkigal to the Sumerians, Isis to the Egyptians, Persephone to the Greeks, and Proserpina to the Romans. Or perhaps you might know her as the goddess of springtime, the cycle of life and renewal. Your gaze lingers too long.
Who's that on your right?
That is my servant. You would have met by the river, though she wears many faces and goes by many names. Kumutubal to the Sumerians, Kirti to the Egyptians, Charon to the Greeks, and Charon to the Romans. Her role is to ferry souls between the mortal world and this one, and to make their transition as seamless as possible. For that, she earned herself the infamous, if erroneous, moniker, the Ferryman. You will talk more later. For now, ask your questions.
May I see your true form?
No. Long ago I swore to Proserpina that I would remain in this form for as long as we remained among your kind. I must honor that.
Let's talk about something else.
As you wish.
What is this place?
It has come to be known simply as the Underworld, and it exists because of a wager I made long ago.
What was the wager you made?
That is a long story, one that began over 3,000 years ago and continues to this day. You see, long ago my kin and I set out from our home on Elysium to search for other forms of life among the stars. We discovered your planet and witnessed your kind evolving from primates into something lawless and barbaric.
I thought so.
You all but destroyed yourselves, your 2 short lives being extinguished by violence and ignorance and disease. Yet Proserpina saw raw potential in you, and persuaded the rest of us it would be squandered without our intervention and stewardship. So we revealed ourselves to your people in a place called Sumer. We offered guidance in agriculture, toolcraft, and law, and you called us gods. For a time you flourished, but soon you were too many for us to oversee. And as you spread from that cradle of civilization, we saw something disturbing. We had sown the seeds of dependency and confusion, and soon you returned to your old ways of violence and ignorance, this time in our name. My kin had seen enough, and gave up on your kind, condemning you as barbaric and chaotic, scarcely more than animals. We began preparations to return to Elysium, our home world, a utopia unspoilt by conflict and unimaginable in its beauty. But my Proserpina could not bear to abandon your kind without guidance, and knowing it would force the rest of us to leave her behind, she made an extraordinary sacrifice. She gave up her immortality to descend permanently to the ranks of humankind. And so she began her inescapable trajectory toward death. Horrified, I acted swiftly. I placed her in suspended animation in a deep frozen sleep to prevent age and sickness from claiming her. And then I pleaded with Proserpina's father, who the Romans called Jupiter, to bring her with us to Elysium. It was and is my hope that once there, we might one day learn to undo what she has done to herself. But he refused. I did everything I could to persuade him, but he would not relent. He would rigidly uphold his final pronouncement. Humans were unworthy of ascension to Elysium, and no exceptions would be made. But seeing that I was aggrieved, he proposed a wager, the terms of which were as follows. If even one human city could prove itself capable of living without sin for a single year, then Proserpina and all of humanity would be permitted to join us in Elysium. My part would be to remain behind, the last of my kind, to watch over you without interfering, and to sit in silent judgment. And so my reward has been to languish here, enduring a 3,000-year winter, waiting for the day your kind proves itself worthy of her faith in you, so that I might take her with me to Elysium and unthaw my goddess of springtime. And here I am, After all this time, still waiting.
He just said 3,000 years. Did we die 1,000 years ago? Who are your kin?
There were also gods who, like me, have been known by many names. But perhaps you knew them by their Roman names. Our leader, Jupiter, as well as Neptune, Saturn, Juno, Minerva, Mars, Venus, Apollo, Diana, Vulcan, Vesta, Ceres, and of course, my beloved Persephone.
Who built the city?
As the first wave of your kind arrived from Sumer, I had them build a city in their own fashion, so that they might be comfortable and recreate their lives here. I had them build the entrance as a vertical shaft leading to baths, to cleanse them of the sins of their former lives, and to prevent escape. I watched wave after wave of Sumerians arrive, and as their civilization declined over the centuries, they were replaced by Egyptians. Of course, believing themselves to be the superior civilization, the Egyptians promptly built over what had been built before, and made all the same mistakes. After another 1,000 years, the Greeks began to arrive, and then the Romans, and they all did the same thing. They built upon the underworlds of their predecessors, renamed their gods, and ensured their foundations were forgotten.
How did you decide who comes here?
To ensure the wager was fair, it was important that my subjects were chosen at random. To this end, I had my servant distribute 1,000 tokens fashioned from silver, a rare element at the time, across all of Sumer. Whoever died while in possession of one of them would be located by my servant and ferried to this place, with no memory of how they arrived. As the tokens were discovered, they were traded, smelted, and fashioned into trinkets, and eventually coins, spreading to Egypt like seeds on the wind. Later, when they spread to Greece, they would come to be known as Charon's obol, or as coins for the pharaoh. Some placed coins in the mouths of their dead, hoping they would awaken here, though they had no way of knowing which coins were fashioned from the original tokens. In fact, almost all of the tokens are accounted for, only 2 remain. And so after this wave destroys itself, as it is destined to do, your kind will have squandered the last of its potential to ascend beyond this rock, and Persephone along with it.
How did humans learn about the underworld?
It is a regrettable story. One of the first men who came to this place was a king of Sumer, and a troublemaker.
Gilgamesh?
To be rid of him, I returned him to his people, on the condition that my servant erased his memories of this place. But the erasure did not take completely, and he told stories of this place as if describing memories of a dream. His tales were committed to writing, which came to be known as the Epic of Gilgamesh, and his words were twisted and distorted over generations. Later, the Egyptians would adapt Sumer's stories of the underworld, making them wildly intricate and labyrinthine. Their Book of the Dead and Book of Gates bore less and less resemblance to this place, in their priests' pursuit of profit. Then, when the Greeks began to arrive, they proved far more cunning, and in a series of incidents that will not be repeated, 5 of them escaped. A warrior named Heracles, 2 kings named Sisyphus and Theseus, a poet named Orpheus, and a Trojan named Aeneas. They each told embellished tales of this place, how to get here, and how to escape. And so from Sumer to Egypt, Greece to Rome, your kind has always told each other stories about this place, though each story contained only a seed of truth.
Let's talk about something else.
Of course.
Are you responsible for the Golden Rule?
That is merely the name your people have given to it, but yes, it is my doing.
Why turn people into gold?
That is a story dating back to the very first wave. After the Sumerians finished building their city, the self-declared ruler threw a banquet to celebrate. Now this man was unmarried, and many women were vying to become his wife, a prestigious position of power and influence in a new world. Of all the women, two were particularly ambitious. Both were beautiful, and both arrived at the banquet wearing eye-catching dresses and painted faces, their hair woven in elaborate fashion. The first woman, recognizing that she would require an advantage to win the ruler's affection, draped herself in jewelry, ornate necklaces, bracelets, and rings fashioned from gold. Seeing this ostentatious display, the second woman grew envious, for she had no such jewelry at her disposal. She prayed aloud to any gods that would listen to cover her in gold, and when her prayer went unanswered, she took matters into her own hands. While the others indulged at the banquet, the second woman summoned the first for a discussion in a quiet place. She checked that nobody was watching, and pushed her rival from the top of the ziggurat, where she broke her neck on the rocks below. But I was watching, and I decided to answer her prayer. I took the golden bow left behind by Diana, and I shot that woman in the heart, covering her from head to toe in a layer of molten gold. And I left her to stand there, that she might serve as a grim reminder of what befalls those who sin in my domain. But that was not enough, for the entire city was tainted by her sin, and the wager could no longer be won. So I had no choice but to wipe the slate clean. I gilded them all, to make way for a new wave, and began the wager again. And to this day, each of them, and all who came after, line the halls of this city, inanimate but conscious, suspended in time with only their sight and hearing preserved, so they may bear witness to and lament the folly of your kind for eternity, the silent golden sentinels.
So you're responsible for destroying all these lives?
I give your kind a second chance at life, as well as ample warning about my law. And when you disobey, and you always disobey, you force my hand, bringing terrible suffering upon yourselves. And so you ask if I am the one destroying your lives. And I say, no, you destroy yourselves. I am merely the means by which you do it.
Where did these golden bows come from?
When my kin departed, they left behind many relics which I inherited. A consolation prize of sorts. The golden bow originally belonged to one of my kin, who the Romans called Diana. As my collection of golden statues grew, I chose the most ferocious among them, and equipped them each with a duplicate of her bow, and tasked them with hunting down the Forsaken at my behest. They became known simply as Furies.
What do you consider a sin?
I've always considered that the cornerstone of morality is the ability to determine right from wrong on one's own. No attempt to lay out rules like your Code of Hammurabi or your 12 Tables of the Roman Republic can ever cover all possible scenarios. This should come as no surprise to you, since the core principle has been expressed in many forms by many of your civilizations. The Egyptians made a rudimentary attempt with do to the doer to make him do. The Greeks refined it with avoid doing what you would blame others for doing. The Roman Stoics added, treat your inferior as you would wish your superior to treat you. Even the so-called cultists hiding among you often say, do unto others as you would have them do unto you. It is the simplest of concepts, and each one of you is born with the faculties required to apply it to any situation. Yet none of the peoples who expressed this rule were able to uphold it. Curious, is it not?
It doesn't seem like you've been upholding it either. Well, that's difficult to say. Do we know an instance where he's definitely done something that we know that he wouldn't have done to himself in the same situation? Oh, he kidnapped Proserpina.
Enough. You clearly know nothing.
How do you know when people sin?
I am able to commune with all of the statues in the city. Their ears are my ears, and their eyes are my eyes.
I shouldn't be saying this, but I don't have a choice. Is Proserpina connected to the statues in the same way?
If she was still conscious, I suppose she could, but she's not. Why do you ask?
No reason.
Then what an odd question.
I've seen some terrible things here that you didn't consider a sin. How could you let them happen?
Do you plan to speak in sweeping generalizations, or are you going to give me an example?
Suicide's a dodgy one. Let's start with price gouging for life-saving medicine.
The merchant. How is that inconsistent with the rule I've outlined?
He wouldn't want someone else to demand an outrageous price for the medicine he needed if he was dying.
I disagree. Having watched this merchant, that is precisely what he would expect from others, and he would be quite capable of paying the price anyway.
You can't know what he would expect, you're just speculating.
Applying this rule always requires speculation to some degree. It requires us to ask what another person would want if they found themselves in another situation.
Doesn't that make it inherently subjective and unreliable?
Not if we're wise enough to know the mind of man.
And you think you know the minds of other people?
Supposing you're right, then my law has been broken, and I should turn you all to gold immediately. Is that what you want?
I am right and you know it.
Then your desire to be right outweighs your desire to survive. You will make a fine statue.
This is gonna go very poorly. Enough, I'm going to end this.
Do you really think you can wound me, a god, with that primitive weapon?
Ooh. You may be immortal, but your beloved isn't.
How dare you threaten her? This ends now. The many shall suffer for the sins of the one.
Where's her crown? Uh-oh. Where is her crown?
You will suffer eternal torments.
This seems a bit hopeless. Can I actually fight back? No.
No, you vile, despicable creature.
She's supposed to have a crown. Did I get it and I just didn't realise?
You will suffer eternal torments.
Or is this bugged? Nope, that's it. That's the first time we've been turned to gold, actually. Hold on, let's try that again. I do feel like there was something off there. I was given a clear indication there was a crown, and yet once I broke the seal it wasn't there. Wait, what room am I in? Is this the first room? This must be the Sumerian room. Okay. Let's go through the dialogue quite a lot quicker.
That is. I've no this the room even it yet. Enough. Do you plan to the murder? I dis applying. Not if. Then you will.
Break my chamber, seize my crown. Let's find out, shall we?
Pathetic.
The many shall suffer.
Oh, that's what I did wrong.
Of the one.
Did I grab it? Was I too slow?
You will suffer in turn.
I think I was too slow. Okay, at least we know what's going on now. So, third time's the charm.
And he allow me, but and what the they first. That is, I've this should be even it yet. Enough. Do you plan the murder? I did apply. Not if we'll. Then you will. How dare you threaten?
The many shall suffer for the
I
sins
definitely
of
got the
the
crown
one.
that time. Do I leave? Yes! Oh, I take the crown back into the past, presumably. Assuming she was still able to open the portal, which I suppose is a bit of a big ask. Game? Which way's the fastest? Nope, that's not the way I meant to go. Too late now. Nearly there. Oh no. Yes! It worked. I got back and I kept the crown. wonder what I'm to do with it. Ow, ow, ow.
Salve, friend. Mind telling me who you are and why you look like you've just taken on a gladiator and lost? Oh, sounds sick.
Let's give him the usual tasks.
Alright. I'll go.
We still have the option of trying to save everyone, including Scintilla, though I must say I'm very... Do I still have the plaques? I probably don't. Doesn't look like it. Rewind time and show Pluto your Proserpina's crown. That's an interesting solution. Either that, or I speak to the philosopher and see if he can help me with the problem.
Ixion turns.
I'm assuming the plaques are gone, but let's verify that. Because if they are gone, then I have to collect them all again.
Did you know I was headed in there?
No time to explain.
Yeah, so I'm not so convinced by the whole saving Scintilla route now by getting everyone ready, then taking on Sentius and then escaping, because we have no idea where that actually goes, and now I know we're on some sort of spaceship. That doesn't seem like it's going to go very well. Although he did say that people had escaped before and ended up back on Earth. So it's oh, the plaques are still there. So it's always possible that if we escape that way we would end up in the land of the living again, although in what time? He said that it had been languishing for 3,000 years or so. Oh, then again he told us about how people escaped. So maybe it is closer to our time than any other time. Let's have a word with the philosopher anyway, even though we have the crown. It may be useful to have two solutions prepped and ready. Just in case.
Come and join me by the... Welcome, welcome. May I ask your name?
We've had this conversation before. You're going to explain that the exertion of power required to create utopia will always result in tyranny.
I was indeed, but we've never met before, have we? I'm sure I would have remembered. Blessed Lissa, am I losing my memory?
I'm caught in a time loop.
Oh, that's a relief. For a moment, I thought it was I who was touched by madness.
How would you persuade the god of the underworld to abolish the golden rule?
I assume you're asking me this as some kind of amusing hypothetical?
No, I met him, but I wasn't able to persuade him. I'm going to try again.
Extraordinary. Then let me see if I can help you. I suppose first I'd want to gather information. I'd want to know about his reasons for imposing the Golden Rule and what he considers a sin. If I could expose some internal inconsistency in his reasoning, some degree of hypocrisy, I might be able to compel him to change his position.
That's what I was
But
trying.
as a philosopher, the saddest truth I ever learned is that all but the most enlightened opponents are more easily swayed by appeals to emotion than by reason. So the easiest path would be to find his emotional susceptibility and exploit it. If he was vain, I might try to flatter him. If he was merciful, I would try to evoke pity.
Interesting.
As a last resort, I might figure out what he fears losing above all else, and if I could, threaten to take it away. Though, of course, that could easily go awry. Now, go quickly while my words are still fresh in your memory.
Yeah, I was thinking much along the same lines, but clearly I failed. So we'll go for... We'll go for plan A first. Show him the crown. If that fails, then we'll try the abolishing the Golden Rule route. I must say, I'm not entirely sure why showing him the crown is...
Citizen.
How it's going to be beneficial, but still. I just noticed the statues aren't whispering to me anymore, are they? Maybe she's actually dead, which could be a problem. Pluto. Okay, this room. Is this the same room we had before? I was gonna say, it seems like it'll accept the Greek or Roman name. No, this is... The statues definitely aren't talking. Maybe it's the crown that allowed her to do that. Okay, I get it. So that's Roman, this is Greek. This is Egyptian. Wait, Osiris. And... this is Sumerian. So yes, maybe she's not passed on. Maybe it was the crown that allowed her to exert her power. Although she does still seem to have it.
Allow me to introduce myself. As you have already gathered, I've been known by many names. Nergal to the Sumerians, Osiris to the Egyptians, Hades to the Greeks, and Pluto to the Romans. But the one constant through it all has been my title. God of the Underworld. And I've been watching you with curiosity, mortal, ever since your arrival. You're unlike the others, aren't you? And what is more, you carry a weapon that was never intended for mortals to wield, and you do it so brazenly that there will be time for your reckoning later. First, as a reward for undoing the desecration of my obelisk, I will allow you to satisfy your curiosity. Ask what you will.
Yeah, I don't see how this is going to go well, but we can try it. See this? It's Proserpina's crown.
I would recognize that anywhere. and yet my beloved still wears hers. What is this? How did you come by it?
I took it from her after I killed her in another timeline.
You vile, despicable creature. Why would you do such a thing? And worse still, boast about it.
I didn't want to kill her, but if you don't put an end to the Golden Rule, I will do it again.
You have put me in an impossible position. If I refuse, you will murder her. And yet, if I agree, I will lose my wager and return to Elysium, humiliated and alone.
Well, what's it going to be?
I do not see that I have a choice in this. Your treachery and savagery have opened my eyes like nothing I have witnessed in 3,000 years. And now you have shown me your species' true colors. And I see that Proserpina was a fool to have ever believed in you at all. This has gone on too long. It is time for me to let go of this form, of her, of all of you. But know this. If I abandon the wager and leave for Elysium, neither she nor your kind may ever ascend.
It seems like a suboptimal position. But we know at this point they're just a highly advanced alien species, so presumably we could reach there ourselves eventually anyway, and besides which, by that point, Earth should have reached that point anyway. Why can't we go to Elysium?
Because despicable creatures like you have no place there. My kin would never allow it. The best I can do is return you to the land of the living. I will have Charon make arrangements to ferry the others. And as for you, be aware you will be separated from the rest.
Why?
Once this exodus begins, the events that brought you to this moment will never have taken place, and you will have created a paradox. What will become of you is difficult to predict, but that is the risk you have taken by interfering in the natural flow of time. Now, are you ready?
I'm ready.
You had best pray our paths never cross again, mortal.
I was following Proserpina's advice, though. I don't see how this has helped her, although she can't return to Elysium, so I suppose she has been freed. This must be Al?
Oh. Hi there. Gave me a bit of a fright. Thought I was in here alone. I'm Al.
Elworth, I came here to find you.
Well, here I am. I'm sorry, I didn't catch your name.
I'm El Magnifica.
Oh, did that lady in the forest send you in here after me? I guess I lost track of time, learning about the history of this place, and it is extraordinary. I'm fairly certain you and I are the first people to set foot in this city for about 2,000 years. Fortunately for us, the last person in here was a Roman man named Galerius, who inscribed an account into a tablet. Apparently, there was a community of 20-something people trapped in here, and living in fear of a curse they called the Golden Rule. They believed that if even one person sinned, an unknown god would cast them all into gold, like the 1,000 people who'd lived here before them. Then, one day, just as Galerius had finished praying for a good harvest at the shrine of Proserpina, an oracle appeared and told him how to solve the ills of the city, like saving the life of a dying woman, preventing the suicide of a man in debt bondage, freeing a falsely accused prisoner, foiling an assassination attempt, and so on. Meanwhile, the Oracle walked up to the temple of the mysterious god, this one right here, and demanded an audience. And the doors just opened up to her. Nobody knows what went on in there, but Galerius wrote the Oracle must have been more persuasive than Odysseus, because the next thing he knew, the ground shook, and the voice of that god rang out over the city. The many have suffered long enough. Unfortunately, Galerius' account just sort of stops after that, leaving a lot of questions unanswered. What became of him, and the other people who lived here? What happened to all the golden statues? And did this mysterious oracle single-handedly undo the curse that had terrorized people for hundreds of years?
Let's try it. Actually, that was me.
What? Oh, I see. For a moment there, I thought you were serious. Anyway, I think I found a way out through the aqueduct that brought water into the city. Follow me.
I'm right behind you. Wait, what's in my inventory? Nothing.
I'm gonna pause here for a moment and make sure nobody else has ever lured into this temple.
Good idea.
You go on ahead, and I'll be there soon.
Destroying a work of great archaeological value. Let's see if Charon's still there.
You're back! But you're alone. Does that mean you didn't find Al?
I found him. He'll be here in a moment.
Oh, what a relief. Thank you so much. I was beginning to think you'd both become trapped in there. Why don't you tell me what you discovered while we wait?
I discovered your real name is Charon, or was it Curti?
Ah, I see. I thought you might. Well, now you know. I suppose you have questions.
Who are you, really?
You can just call me Charon, if you like. I am sorry I was not completely honest with you when we first met. I do not enjoy deceiving people. Believe me, I do not. But I have learned, from 5,000 years of experience, that most people find comfort in familiarity, in gradual change, and coming to see the truth in their own time.
What truth is that?
That you died, of course. You were dead when I brought you here. My role, as the servant of the god of the underworld, has always been to assist the chosen to cross the threshold from the land of the living to the land of the dead.
How did I die?
Usually, when people do not remember how they died, it is because they suffered a terrible trauma. Most souls would rather not remember. Ask yourself honestly, do you really want to know?
Yes, I want to know.
As you wish. You were murdered. You were exploring an old tomb when you discovered a cache of forgotten relics, including 2 silver coins of ancient origin. Unfortunately, as you emerged into daylight, you were set upon by 2 thieves. A nearby hiker saw the scuffle break out and leapt to your aid, trying to help you recover your bounty. You both fought bravely, but your assailants were armed, and you were not. There was nothing you or your ally could have done. He died instantly at the scene, and you followed a few hours later. That man's name was Al Worth. You were each in possession of a sacred coin, called Charon's Opal by some, and so it was my duty to bring you here.
What's so special about these coins?
Perhaps you have heard the tales of the Greeks and Romans burying their dead with a coin in their mouths, to pay the ferryman for passage across the river. Well, those stories contained a seed of truth, but not any coin would do. A long time ago, my master created 1,000 silver coins and had me distribute them across the world. My orders were simple. Whenever a person died in possession of a coin, I was to locate them and ferry them here.
Why?
That is a question you would have to ask him, if that were still possible, in light of the path you have chosen. I am just his servant, doing his bidding. Only now, I find myself bereft of purpose. You see, the coins on you and Al were the last of the 1,000 in existence. There is nobody else to ferry here, nobody to keep you company. After 5,000 years, the underworld has finally run its course.
Can you return us to the land of the living?
I see no point in keeping you here, but I have to ask one thing. That you keep this to yourself.
Look! Here comes Al now. Al! It's so good to see you. You were gone so long I thought I'd never see you again.
Kinda lost track of time in there. You wouldn't believe what we found. The ruins of a long-forgotten city. And there was a tablet describing an oracle who confronted a god and undid an ancient curse.
Sounds like quite a story, and I look forward to hearing all about it. But you two look exhausted. Why don't you hop in my boat and rest while I ferry you back to civilization?
Sounds good to me.
And you? Are you ready to go home?
If he's just a hiker, how was he able to read that tablet? Alright, Sharon. Ferry us home. Karen.
Hey, you made it. It's great to see you again. I read your book, and what the critics said about it. I guess they weren't ready for your theories about the underworld. Anyway, after everything you've been through,
Didn't keep it
I thought you
secret
might
then.
appreciate some good news. So after we got back to the real world, I started doing some research into the people mentioned in Galerius' tablet, and I found something strange. I'm sorry I've been so cryptic. I've been dying to tell you, I just really wanted you to see this for yourself.
Persephone?
Why don't you head on down there? I'll catch up with you at the other end.
I've been wondering what happened to her since we made it back.
You're finally here. Remember me?
Galerius, what are you doing here?
It's a crazy story. After you disappeared, Charon appeared and told us she was returning us to the world. Even gave us some coins to help us start our lives over. Only, for some reason, she returned us to your world instead of ours. Anyway, I know we only ever had that one conversation, and I wasn't even sure if you'd remember me, but I wanted to say thanks for freeing us from the underworld and giving us a second chance at life.
What are you doing with yourself these days?
Oh, I used Charon's gift to buy a farm in Umbria. Got a villa on it too, with enough room for Dooley, of course. It's hard work, but I sleep soundly every night. I'm finally my own man, and I wouldn't change it for the world.
I'm not sure why I'm suddenly bringing up Equitia, but since that's an option. You're with Equitia now?
I know! I can't believe my luck either. But we're engaged and living together. We're planning to get married next spring. If you're going to be around, we'd love to see you there.
I'd love that. Count me in. It's good to see you again, Galerius.
Of course. There's a whole museum full of people waiting for a chance to thank you. So you better keep moving. We'll speak again soon, my friend.
Oh, hello. Hello. I'm Dooley.
I remember who you are, Julie.
Galerius said you're very nice and a big helper. Thank you for getting us out of the bad place. I didn't like it.
What are you doing with yourself these days?
I live at Galerius and Equitia's house. They look after me now and help me remember when I forget things, like brushing my teeth.
I'm sorry you never found your treasure.
Treasure? Oh, I forgot about that. I like my box now. Galerius got me a box that tells stories. It's my favourite thing.
I'm glad you're happy. It was good to see you again, Julie.
Bye-bye.
There she is!
You're here. It's lovely to finally meet you. Galerius told me all about you.
Good to see you too, Equitia.
So, you're the hero who somehow vanquished the last of the Roman gods. As I'm a priestess, you realize you've put me out of work. I'm just teasing. Actually, and it still feels a little sacrilegious to say this, I'm finding life after religion quite enjoyable.
What are you doing with yourself these days?
Galerius and I are engaged and expecting. We've just bought a lovely villa in the countryside with room for a large family, and Dooley too, of course. It feels like the world has just opened up for us. There's so much to learn, and so many more possibilities for our children than we ever imagined. We're just so thankful for what you did for us. For all of us.
How's Livia?
Oh, it's sweet of you to ask. She recovered nicely. In fact, she's here somewhere, if you'd like to ask her yourself.
I'll do that. It was good to see you again, Equitia.
See you at the wedding, I hope.
Horatius.
Hi there, I'm Horatius.
Hi, Horatius.
I understand we have you to thank for giving us a second chance at life, and reuniting Centilla with us as well. So, thank you.
What are you doing with... What are you doing with yourself these days?
I'm living up north and studying in the military academy in Modena. I'm going to be an officer one day. The world's changed a lot, but some things stay the same. Would you believe we're still studying military tactics from my time? Alexander the Great, Caesar, Hannibal Barca. Still, I have to keep challenging myself to let go of old ways of thinking and embrace the new. As Seneca wrote, the ones who pioneered our paths aren't our masters, but our guides.
I'm sorry you never got to see your girl again.
Ah, you remembered that. Thank you. I grieved for a time, but that's done. In the words of Epictetus, as those who rode behind triumphant generals remind them they are mortal, remind yourself your precious one isn't one of your possessions, but something given for now, not forever.
Well said.
Thanks. Oh, and I don't know if you've heard, but a few of us are going for drinks later. It'd be nice to, chat with you some more.
Sounds good, I'll be there.
Great.
Whatever happened to your buddy Domitus?
He's not my... Oh, I see what you did there. Good one. He had more trouble adapting than most. He got himself disqualified from the UFC, so he started some kind of underground blood sport tournament, like we had in Rome. Suppose it appealed to people's baser instincts. And they say he made some good coin, killing a bunch of men like that. But his luck finally ran out, and his life along with it. You know what they say. Live by the sword, die by the sword.
That's a shame.
perhaps.
It was good to see you again, Horatius.
See you at drinks later, I hope.
Hey,
Oh, it's Cynthia.
I take it you're the Oracle. Thanks for coming.
Good to see you again, Cynthia.
Actually, I changed my name to Cynthia. I didn't want to be associated with Sentius after what happened. I'm not sure if you heard, but after you drove Pluto off, Proserpina emerged from the Great Temple. She knew right away what none of us had figured out about that psychopath. He'd been keeping my little sister locked up in the upper cistern all that time. But he's been dealt with. You know what? The important thing is, we'll never see him again.
What happened to Sentius?
He's still there, all alone. The last golden statue in the underworld. Trapped in a metal shell, slowly losing his mind until the end of time. Eternal torment. Just what he deserves, if you ask me.
That seems a bit excessive, don't you think?
Meh, I try not to think about him at all.
What are you doing with yourself these days?
Anything I want. I'm a woman of means in a vast new world. I can go wherever and do whatever I please. Of course, I mostly just stay in my villa and have my servant Alexa summon things for me, because it's just awful out there. Barbarians everywhere.
It was good to see you again, Cynthia.
You too. See you around.
Yulia.
You're the Oracle, right?
Magnifica is fine.
Oh, of course, sorry. And I never got a chance to thank you for telling Galerius how to save my life. And of course, getting me and all of us out of a terrible situation.
Whatever happened to Malleolus and Claudia?
Last I heard, Malleolus kept insisting he was the last rightful ruler of the Roman Empire, and wound up being committed to a psychiatric hospital. As for Claudia, she was always so viciously unhappy. Someone said she'd blown all her money on wine, trying to drink herself back to the underworld. After the horrific way they treated Ulpius and me, I can't help feeling a sense of... what's that German word? Schadenfreude?
This sounds pretty tragic. I mean, I know they weren't nice people, but I think you're allowed to feel that way.
Thank you. You're very kind.
Whatever happened to Aurelia?
Ugh. Someone told me she was boasting about getting her claws into some rich prince, and how she was going to be living the high life from now on. Even in your time, life still isn't fair. Apparently, he'd proposed before they'd even met. And last I heard, she'd bought herself a first-class one-way ticket to join him in some exotic place called... what was it? Nigeria? Some people have all the luck.
As the Oracle, I foresee terrible disappointment in her future.
Really? Huh. I feel better already. Thank you.
What are you doing with yourself these days?
Oh, I barely recognize myself. I'm living in a house share in London with my wonderful girlfriend. And I'm studying English at university. Eventually, I want to travel the world and write about it. Turns out, it's about 30 times bigger than the Roman Empire ever was. Did you know there are entire continents Rome never knew existed? And you can travel almost anywhere in an aircraft, which is rather like flying on a Pegasus, but much more comfortable. Oh, sorry, you already know all that, of course. I'm just so excited. There's so much to see and learn and write about.
Seeing the world through fresh eyes sounds wonderful.
I have noticed people from your time have no idea how fortunate they are. I hope to change that. One day.
It was good to see you again, Yulia.
You too! If you're ever in London, let me know. We can go to bars and drink wine and listen to the stories of the 9 million people who live there.
I'll take you up on that.
I hope so.
Lucretia.
You are here. It's nice to finally meet you.
Hey, Lucretia.
Lucy is fine. I'm making an effort to blend in, as you can see. We are all trying to keep a low profile. If the world knew we died 2,000 years ago and were suddenly brought back to life 12 months ago, they'd never leave us alone. Speaking of which, I wanted to say thank you in person. I'd say the gods smile on you, but I hear you drove the last of them off. So...
What are you doing with yourself these days?
I'm studying to get into medical school. As much as I resented the responsibility of keeping everyone in the city alive, when it ended, I realized I missed it. So I guess I'll just keep saving the world, if begrudgingly, one patient at a time.
It was good to see you, Lucy.
You too. Don't be a stranger.
Oh, it has actually updated her name when we hover over her. The Hermit Philosopher.
And here you are. It's wonderful to see you again.
That's interesting. So, Proserpina obviously knew about him then. Because I don't think in our final loop we got a chance to tell her about him. Unless Proserpina was actually keeping her memory through the loops. Even then, I'm not sure we mentioned him, did we? Good to see you too.
Oh, and by the way, I go by Philip now. A fine Greek name. I never thought I'd leave that cave, let alone the city. And now I'm living in the 21st century. What a time to be alive. And it seems I have your catabasis to thank for it.
What are you doing with yourself these days?
I'm working as a consultant to the Faculty of Classics at Cambridge University, helping fill the odd gap in their knowledge. Not that I need the money, but I do love being around enlightened minds again.
Do you still think Utopia is out of reach?
Aha! You remember that? I have to admit, I've been profoundly impressed by the advances humans have made these past 2 millennia. The sum total of human knowledge available at our fingertips, miraculous modern medicines, and a series of prosperous democracies. Your contemporaries have come further toward utopia than I ever thought possible, though there's still a way to go.
Agreed. It was good to see you again.
My sincere thanks once again.
Ah, Georgius.
Greetings. You must be the legendary Oracle. It is a sincere privilege to finally make your acquaintance. I am Georgius.
Good to see you too, Georgius.
I am told we have you to thank for freeing us from Hades, and for that I am most grateful.
What are you doing with yourself these days?
I am reacquainting myself with Greece. It has changed so much over the last 2,000 years, I barely recognize it. This is at once heartbreaking and thrilling. Perhaps one day, once I have seen all of this new Greece and sampled her delights, I will settle down in Santorini in a villa overlooking the azure Aegean Sea. I hope you will join me there and regale me with the story of how you faced off against the fearsome god of the underworld and won.
Consider me there. It was good to see you again, Georgius.
You too, my friend.
I just had a thought. If it was the fact that we died with the coin on us that caused us to be taken to the underworld, then what was the time portal all about, which Sentius kept on summoning? Because that was the thing that actually brought us into the past. But would I have ended up trapped in just a dilapidated... If he hadn't done that, would I have just been trapped in a horribly dilapidated underworld? So perhaps that portal had actually been sitting in the temple for 2,000 years unaltered after he'd summoned it. It does seem like a shame. I know what he did was horrible to Scintilla, but it does... An eternity of having his going mad seems a bit excessive, as we said, especially when you consider he's really... He's without his intervention, we wouldn't be here.
You're the one we've been waiting for. I'm Fabia.
Hi, Fabia.
I wanted to say thanks for sending Galerius to save my life. I don't know how you knew, but I would have been crushed by that shrine for sure.
You're welcome.
I'm just so happy to be here with you and everyone together again, even if it's just for one more night.
What are you doing with yourself these days?
Well, it's not like I have to work with all the silver Charon gave me, so I just do what makes me happy. Mostly that means baking for my friends and looking at memes while binging TV shows in yoga pants. What a time to be alive.
If you have the money. I'm glad you're happy.
Thank you. I really am.
It was good to see you, Fabia.
You too.
Some soiree, innit?
Oh dear, Decius.
Oh, hello at last. You must be the oracle I've heard so much about. I'm Dacius.
Dacius, hi Dacius.
Listen, I wanted to express my sincere appreciation for what you did. If it wasn't for you, I'd never been able to sell all those useless old relics I accumulated. Whatever you did in that temple made me a very wealthy man. Thank you.
No need to thank me, it was entirely unintended.
Such acerbic wit. I love it.
What are you doing with yourself these days?
I took the money I made from selling my trinkets and started investing in the stock market. That's where the real money is now. In fact, I was hoping to ask your advice, you being the oracle and future seer and all that, on which stocks I should invest in next. I can't decide between fossil fuels, tobacco, gambling and arms. What would you recommend?
I wouldn't help you even if I could.
Oh, don't be like that. You can tell your old pal Dacius. I won't take no for an answer.
Oh, I have no choice but to lie, that's a shame. Broadcast television is going to be the next big thing.
Oh, of course, yeah. I was just thinking the same thing. I'll go home and buy up as much stock as I can tonight. I'm going to make a bloody fortune.
I'll be going now.
Of course, don't let me keep you. Thanks again for the tips, my friend.
Bit of a shame that you're forced to take revenge on him, but still. Please keep off the furniture. Even clean hands can damage the fragile surfaces of these rare pieces.
Good evening.
Oh, it's Livia.
Greetings.
Good to see you. Good to see you looking well, Livia.
Thank you for your kind words and
Hello there.
for liberating us all. In all the time I was in the underworld, I never once imagined that I might end up in a place so much like Elysium.
What are you doing with yourself these days?
I'm recovering. Octavia was kind enough to let me stay with her for a while, at least until I'm well enough to be independent again.
Read any good poems lately?
Ah, you remember that. I'm a little tired of Ovid, but that's all right. I have 2,000 years worth of poetry to catch up on now. I'm already up to the 19th century, and am quite enjoying the work of a fellow named Poe. I think I may have found a kindred spirit. Men have called me mad, but the question is not yet settled whether madness is or is not the loftiest intelligence.
Perhaps you're right. Oh, well said. Perhaps you're right. It was good to see you again, Livia.
And you. Farewell, friend.
Octavia.
Oh, hello. It's lovely to meet you. I've heard so much about you.
Nice to see you too, Octavia.
I'm thankful that you're here. I was sure the person who drove off the last pagan god would have more important things to do than visit the likes of us.
Ooh.
But thank you for coming and for saving our lives. What you did was extraordinary, and I'll never forget it.
I wonder if this has damaged her faith as a Christian, knowing that the pagan gods were real and they've been banished. Or they've left, and one of them... I didn't really banish them, but I drove them off. Obviously that doesn't, strictly speaking, tell you anything about the Christian god, but I can imagine that might be concerning. What are you doing with yourself these days?
I'm living in Rome again, in a charming little flat by the Tiber. Not far from my old place. Oh, and I'm training to be a crisis counselor. After you sent Galerius to persuade Ulpius not to take his own life, I was inspired. I just want to spend the rest of my life helping people, like you helped him.
Sounds like a noble cause. Good on you.
Thank you. That means a lot.
It was good to see you again, Octavia.
And you.
Ah, Kabash.
It is an honor to finally meet you, Oracle.
Thanks, Kabash.
You know my name. Oh, of course. You are an Oracle. You know many things. I too would like to offer my thanks for releasing us from that place, and for your role in bringing us here. This world is truly wondrous.
What are you doing with yourself these days?
For a time, I returned to Alexandria, but they have no need of another fisherman, and I came to see there is nothing for me there. Instead, I have decided to follow the custom of your youths and backpack the world. It is a great adventure, and I have met many people from many cultures. I spent the first 25 years of my life avoiding the 42 sins that would deny me access to the afterlife. Now, I think it is time I had some fun.
Good luck.
Thank you.
It was good to see you again, Kabash.
Thank you, Oracle.
Even though the last time we met you tried to kill me. Rufius.
Nice to meet you.
Good to see you too, Rufius.
I go by Rufus now. New start, new name. Oh, and thanks, by the way, for what you did. Sorry, I'm no good with the mushy stuff.
What are you doing with yourself these days?
I live with Virgil in Rotterdam, not far from where he grew up. It's very modern. Destroyed in the war, and it rebuilt itself. Good place for a fresh start. Haven't decided what I'm going to do with my life yet. One adjustment at a time.
It turns out you were right. The statues really were watching us.
Huh. Good to know. Anyway, it was good practice for the new world. Security cameras and smartphones everywhere. Got to stay vigilant.
That is unfortunately true. It was good to see you again, Rufus.
You too. Look us up next time you're in the Netherlands. We're grateful.
Virgil.
It's so nice to finally meet you. I've heard so much about you.
Good to see you too, Virgil.
I wanted to thank you personally for getting us out of there. And for helping Rufus come to terms with himself. He may come off a little gruff, but once you get past that, he's a lovely fellow.
What are you doing with yourself these days?
I'm studying to be an architect again, and living with Rufus in our beautiful flat in Rotterdam, just down the river from Nijmegen, where I grew up. Of course, it's improved immensely since I was there last. Gleaming futuristic buildings and clean streets full of educated, accepting people. You natives of the 21st century have no idea how fortunate you are.
It was good to see you again, Virgil.
You too. As Rufus said in his own laconic way, if you're ever in the Netherlands, we'd love to show you around. It's the least we could do.
I may just take you up on that. Ulpius?
It's nice to finally put a face to the name. I'm Ulpius.
Good to see you too, Ulpius.
I understand I have you to thank for sending Galerius to save my life. The way you just showed up out of the blue and stopped me from making a terrible mistake, I'll be forever in your debt.
What are you doing with yourself these days?
I'm living with Gabriella in Umbria. We finally bought the little vineyard we always dreamed of. It'll be a little while before we know what we're doing, but every day I look at her and this extraordinary new world with all its beauty, and I think, what if I'd given up hope and missed out on all of this? So we're living each day to the fullest. And we end them all the same way, sitting together on our terrace with a glass of our wine, which the locals say is almost drinkable now, and watching the sunset over the rolling hillside. And I couldn't be happier.
I'm glad you're happy.
Thank you. I wouldn't be here without you.
He's got a bit of dirt on his shirt. It was good to see you, Ulpius.
You too.
Oh, and on the other side. So, Scintilla is presumably Gabriella now?
Hello there.
Hi, Scintilla.
Oh, I go by Gabriella now. I didn't want to be reminded of that monster every time I heard my own name. After you drove Pluto off, Proserpina came and released me, and that monster got what was coming to him.
I'm sorry, I had no idea.
Don't worry. Nobody did.
What are you doing with yourself these days?
I'm living with Ulpius on a little vineyard in Umbria. It's even more wonderful than I dreamed it would be. I'm so grateful to you for making sure he's still with us. If you're ever passing through the region, I hope you'll come and visit us. You can try some of our very own wine.
I might just do that. It was good to see you again, Gabriella.
Thanks. You too.
So, do we get to see Proserpina now?
There you are. I hope you enjoyed that. Now, there's one more person I wanted to introduce you to. I think you know her.
Sorry if I frightened you. Just a little joke I've been saving for a long, long time.
I recognise that voice.
Allow me to introduce myself properly. I am Proserpina, former goddess of the cycle of life and renewal, and now a regular mortal. I wanted to meet you in person, and thank you for freeing all these people, and me. I hate to think what would have happened to us without your intervention.
Yeah, it's a bit harsh that I got the Psycho achievement when I got, it seems, I don't know if it's the best possible outcome, but, you know, under the circumstances, the best outcome we could possibly have hoped for, and under her direction, but still. You were whispering to me all along.
Indeed. Suffice it to say that while Pluto was controlling the eyes and ears of each golden statue, I was able to control their tongues and whisper to you when he was distracted. I am sorry my messages were so cryptic. There were only ever brief windows in which I could speak to you without being detected.
You did what you could, thank you. You created the time loop?
I did. I may have given up my immortality, but I still retain my gifts as the goddess of the cycle of life and renewal.
Oh.
After witnessing Pluto punish countless poor souls over thousands of years, I knew this generation, the final wave, would not survive. So I tried to give them a way to buy more time. A second chance. Rather, as many second chances as they needed to avoid his wrath.
What became of Pluto?
I don't know what happened to him. I haven't heard from him, and I rather hope it stays that way.
What became of Karen?
Oh, she inherited dominion over the underworld. Last time we spoke, she was working on a new world of some kind. She wouldn't say what it was, but I'd be surprised if you don't run into her again. I imagine we all will, one day.
That sounds like we did get the best possible outcome. I suppose you could argue going to Elysium would be better than an eternal afterlife. But would it? Since it was the creation of the fickle gods? There's no reason to believe it would be any better. It was nice meeting you.
And you. Although it feels like I've known you forever. Oh, and one last thing. Do you remember all those golden statues scattered throughout the city?
Oh, that must be the people talking down there. Of course.
Good. Because they remember you. Well done, my friend. Of all the heroes who ever journeyed to the underworld and returned, none came close to achieving what you did. Hercules, Orpheus, Theseus, and Aeneas would be proud.
What happened to Naevia? And were the statues that got flayed? Oh, ending 4 of 4. Interesting. And were the statues that got flayed any... were they restored? Were they some of those people down there in good health? Tap escape to continue. Well, I thoroughly enjoyed that game. I hope you enjoyed watching it. Oh goodness. You don't often see credits with portraits. Only for the free leads, it would seem. Anyway, I'll press escape to continue. A message from the developers. We hope you enjoyed The Forgotten City. I did. Would love to make even better games in the future. And you can help out by recommending The Forgotten City to a friend or writing a review. The more people play our games, the more we can level up. And if you'd like to be the first to know when we announce the next project, please connect with us here. Understood. Wonderful. So as I was saying, we should probably wrap up there. I suppose Monday I'll be starting another game. I'm not sure which. I'm not sure what yet. But yeah, Monday will be my next stream. It will be a video game stream. Wednesday will be the normal poetry and riddles. Friday and Saturday, as far as I'm aware, I'll be streaming those days as well, and that will probably be continuing whatever game I start on Monday. So once again, thank you for coming. I hope you all have a wonderful night, and good night.